They told me it was safer, just a simple code to sign, a number for the future, but it didn't feel like mine.
Said the world was getting smaller, just a fingerprint away. But I can't hold my children through a screen of DNA.
Oh, it's easy to surrender when they promise you the sky, but freedom dies in comfort, one consent at a time. I won't sign my name in cold. I was born in blood and soul. You can take my data, you can read my eyes, but my heart's still mine to hold. I won't sign my name in cold. I'll sign my name in light.
They say it's just identity, they say it's just the way, but every scan's a promise that our souls will fade to gray.
No more numbers on the altar, no more saints of silicone. We were meant for love,
not logging on.
You can map my face, you can mark my tone, but you'll never write my song. The melody belongs to every heart that's still holding on. I won't sign my name in code. I was born in love, not soul. Every chain they draw in wire will melt it down with choir fire. Oh, I'll sign my name in code. No, I'll sign my name in light. I'll sign my. Let the record show I was free.
Then my name was written in love, not circuitry.
We built our walls for 50 years to keep the empires out, but now the crown is forged within of algorithms and doubt. A signature at midnight, the pen of kings disguised, a sovereign crown of numbers, an empire digitized. Shadows on the marble walls, whispers in the dome. The fire burns in secret halls, a kingdom takes its throne. $1 trillion Trojan horse rolling through our gates. Monarchs made of money, rewriting all our fates. Freedom sold for silver, the crown is bought, not earned. History repeats itself, the lesson never learned. Kuwait lit the fire on 53 with oil turned into gold. Desert kings became the lords, their empires crown is bought, not earned. History repeats itself, the lesson never learned. The Trojan horse is waiting. Its secret is the throne, the crown of kings eternal. The people left alone. I walk past the men where the cold numbers ring, past the market of mirrors that ask me to sing. A spark in my pocket, a compass of gold says step into daylight and walk on your own. They're tagging our shadows, they're leasing our names, selling us comfort in barcode chains. But truth isn't rented and courage won't fold. It clinks like a coin you can actually hold. If they're building a cage out of whispering wires, I'll strike a match on the bars till the mouth catches fire. Raise up the ladder of daylight, higher than screens, higher than screens. Over the turnstiles of data and ministry dreams, ministry dreams. I'll pay with a freedom no tyrant can spend. If their road has no exits, we'll cut one at the end. They promised us safety for the price of our breath, a smooth little window that stares us to death. But barter and handshake and steel in the hand still purchase the living they don't understand. When the choir of comply harmonizes my faith, I'll answer with thunder from a sovereign state. Raise up the ladder of daylight, higher than screens, higher than screens. Over the turnstiles of data and ministry dreams, ministry dreams. I'll pay with a freedom no tyrant can spend. If the road has no exits, we'll cut one at the end. There's a key made of silence, a code made of trust. When the panopticon trembles, it falls into dust. Count down the seconds till the signal is clean. We'll settle our debts where the ledger can't see. but one at the end. And when morning remembers the names we forgot, we'll be richer in daylight than any they bought. We don't bow, we don't break, we don't give what they can take. We don't bow, we don't break, we don't give what they can take.
Roger stood with fire in his hand. We went to haven on free land.
Roman wrote the code they fear the most. Now they're ghosts in the machine they boast.
They dress it up as law and order, but it chains across the border. Can't hide the truth in paper.
Freedom's got a billion eyes. We don't bow, we don't break, we don't give what they can take. Write our names in fire and gold. We won't do what we are told. We don't bow, we don't break. Hey, oh, EO 14067, a law that kills the hope we're given. But paper crowns will wash away when the people rise one day.
Roger in Roman's name. We'll sing 'em loud, we'll light that flame.
Every cage they try to build, ooh, will break when voices won't be still. Roger, we will stand for you. Ian, we will fight it through. Roman, your code will run. Freedom's rise has just begun. We don't bow, we don't bow, we don't break, we don't break, we don't give what they can take. We don't bow, we don't break, we don't give what they can take. Write our names in fire and gold. We won't do what we are told. We don't bow, we don't break, we don't give what they can take. The bankers wrote their letters in shadows cold and deep, a promise forged of iron chains to bind us in our sleep. They called it just a progress, a digital decree. But freedom has no barcode and souls are not for leave. It's the final countdown, the reckoning of men. Crypto, gold, and silver rise where paper dies again. They dream of central power, of money's iron cage. But voices rise unbroken to light this modern age. From DC halls to Davos, the tyrants stake their claim. They preach of safety, justice, but hunger for the chain. They hide behind the slogans. They whisper, trust the plan. But every law they're passing just enslaves the common man. It's the final countdown, the reckoning of men. Crypto, gold, and silver rise where paper dies again. They dream of central power, of money's iron cage. But voices rise unbroken to light this modern age. The merchants and the dreamers, the rebels and the wise, take refuge in the ledgers where the watchful state can pry. In Zano's cloak of shadows, in Monero's quiet streams, they guard the ancient promise of liberty's old dream. It's the final countdown, the reckoning of men. Crypto, gold, and silver rise where paper dies again. They dream of central power, of money's iron cage. But voices rise unbroken to light this modern age. So raise your hands in firelight, let tyrants hear the sound. The people's last defiance is the truth that won't back down. It's more than just survival, it's more than just a stand. It's freedom's final chorus sung across this burning land.
The sirens with tears. Now the screens are lost, the lines are cages. Friends in cells, wallets mapped, IDs fused to our bones. This isn't a drill, it's the door. They wired up the daylight, filed our names in glass, a paper halo shining while the boot comes down at last. 17 new numbers welded to our skin, and every safety promise is a password for the pin. They say submit to save you, but saving steals the soul. If freedom has a password, we're changing out the code. Freedom dollar, turn the grid to black. Thunder never tracked, overbacked, unfreezable strong. We cut their wires with a song. Freedom dollar, raise the sovereign.
one owns. Burn fees feed the back end as the scaffold thins to bone. No admin keys, no pause, no throne. Your ledger's yours, unseen, unknown. If they can see your future, change the future's code. Who owns your life? Not them. Who owns your pain? Not them. What do we use? Freedom dollar. When do we start? Now, now, now. Freedom dollar, turn the night to day. Every step a private way, overbacked, unbreakable line. Your money, your design. Freedom dollar, raise the flag of free. Parallel destiny. Whoa, whoa. The clock ran out, so we chose how time will be. We were warnings in the wilderness. Now we witness as we build. Meet me where the sunlight hides pain, peace, and walk unsealed.
Welcome back to the Aaron Day Show. This is season 2, episode 35. This is an incredibly important episode with an incredibly exciting announcement here at the beginning, an unexpected announcement. I actually don't have any more details on this. I haven't even spoken with him about it, but I'm going to pop this up right now. Let's see if this is actually coming through. Well, in any event, it was reported today in the New York Times that the title of it is "Crypto Investor Known as Bitcoin Jesus Reaches Deal with Prosecutors." So I'm not going to go through and read the whole article. I don't know any of the details. I haven't talked to Roger, but suffice it to say, well, it looks like he won't be going to prison. So that's, sorry, it just hit me. So very excited about that. And sorry, let me just regain my composure here real quick. It's been quite a quite an ordeal. So in any event, I don't know any of the details, but that is a great bit of news, and look forward to sharing more if and when I know something about it. But huge cause for celebration, and very grateful for however that ended up getting resolved and on whatever terms. Certainly, this is a huge win. So anyway, with that said, let me start popping through the slides here, and hopefully I'll regain myself here. We're going to go through the last couple of episodes briefly. Today's episode is really important simply because, for the last several episodes, I've been focusing on what I hope is coming across as the rapid acceleration of technocracy on all fronts globally, whether it's digital IDs being passed into law in 17 states, what's going on in the UK, backdoor CBDCs, Palantir and AI surveillance. To the extent anybody thought we were winning or had defeated the globalists, that is completely not the case. And if anything, technocracy is accelerating. And I would argue that Agenda 2030, based on how things are going right now, will happen by 2028. Tonight's episode, though, is going to be focused on solutions. I mean, I certainly will talk a little bit about the problem, as we always do. But there are solutions, and now is the time to start focusing on those solutions, to focus on exiting and building. So just a quick recap. On Monday, we talked about the digital ID. And frankly, the fact I've started to do some interviews on this based on this episode, and most people are not aware. The UK news hit recently, and then but what people weren't following was what was going on in other countries all over the world. For instance, the most egregious case being Thailand, which is now tying digital ID to your SIM card. So literally, they're shutting off access to your phone unless it's tied to a digital ID, which means no burner accounts. And then this is tied to your bank account. And as I've been saying for a while, and as I wrote about in my book, often what happens is the World Bank and IMF and groups like that work with other countries, like, for instance, rolling out CBDCs in Nigeria as a way to test kind of the most extreme versions of what it is that they're trying to roll out globally. So if that's the case, what we're seeing in these 17 other countries, which was coordinated with the same 3 vendors, is very alarming. What's happening in Mexico with the complete rollout of biometric ID by Q1 2026 with employer enforcement, where employers have to enforce the digital ID or the employer risks being shut down. This is a rapid acceleration. And so we do not have a lot of time left. If I normally express urgency, but now I'm like, I don't know how to express any greater sense of urgency, but we need to immediately move towards exiting and building and using these other solutions. And so tonight we're going to be talking about Freedom Dollar, which I believe is one of the best solutions to fighting CBDCs and stablecoin tyranny. The week before that, we talked about the technocrats hijacking the Maha movement and MAGA in general. And this is kind of the bait and switch. So on the one hand, they are making positive developments on things like COVID and things that happened in the past. At the same time, while that's going on in the back door, in the front door, they're working on AI and bringing in big tech, looking at things like mandates on wearables. We have Operation Stargate, $500 billion that's going to be spent on AI and healthcare infrastructure and data. And we're going to do an entire technocracy roundtable on this. But the more I've looked into this, I think people are going to be horrified to find out where we already are today, not in the future, but what's going on with AI and healthcare today. And then the week before that, we discussed the fact that, there's a big push to consolidate executive power under Trump. And the purpose of this, many, I think, have hoped is that, yes, we have the administrative state. Yes, we have the deep state. These things are all bad. These things are all unconstitutional. Maybe if we have somebody come in and take a little bit of control, they'll restore the Constitution. The problem with this is the more you dig into who's actually pushing it, the more you dig into Curtis Yarvin and you dig into what Peter Thiel and Elon Musk are up to, is you realize the idea of this kind of temporary monarchy is to usher in technocracy, not to roll back our rights or restore the Constitution. And so in many ways, we're actually working against ourselves because we're focusing our effort on trying to cut the government, but we're basically leaving it wide open for the technocrats while not building our own parallel solutions. And so all of these episodes, I encourage you to watch and share. And I will note, I've been shadow banned heavily since talking about these specific issues. And I use as an example, my Curtis Yarvin podcast, my traffic dropped 80% on X, which is the main platform for this live podcast. But on Spotify and iTunes, it was the top podcast I've ever had. So clearly, this is something that is algorithmic and not related to the content itself. Feel free to check out daylightfreedom.org, which is the website. As I've announced, we're building and rolling out 5 different web properties by the end of this month. And daylightfreedom.org is where you can go to link to everything that we're working on. Next big event is the Brownstone annual gala in Salt Lake City. Looking forward to participating in that. We're also going to sponsor. Daylight Freedom Foundation is going to sponsor that. So I'm kind of looking at this as being the, launch of Daylight Freedom 2.0, I guess, officially. So I think I saw that there may be 57 tickets left. So I encourage you to jump on that. These Brownstone events are truly the best events out there in terms of not only content, but it's a phenomenal ability to just interact and have great conversations with people that are interested in pursuing the truth. So if you're new to this podcast, the whole focus of the podcast, and frankly, everything that I'm working on, is I've dropped everything, as is my wife, and we're focused on what I think the real war here is right now, which is not red versus blue or China versus the US or Russia versus the US or BRICS or whatever. It's technocracy versus freedom. And technocracy it's an ideology. It's not. It gets confused. People look at it as, well, this is just using technology to make government efficient. That's not what technocracy is. Technocracy is a new way of basically reorganizing society where scientists and engineers make decisions for us on a top-down basis. It's an ideology that dates back to the 1930s, and that is something that a lot of organizations have been working towards since the early 1970s. And now, because of the internet and AI and digital currencies, they're at the final stage of kind of rolling this out. And so this is horrifying, because it really, I say that it's technocracy versus freedom, but it's really free will that is at stake. Because once you have somebody making all of your decisions for you through a social credit system or whatever it happens to be, monitored and surveilled, you lose your ability to make your own decisions in your life. And if you're not able to make your own decisions, that is essentially the end of free will. And the platform, the major battleground where this technocracy versus freedom war is taking place, is tokenization. And tokenization is very simply, it's creating what are called tokens, which are digital representations of various assets. So for instance, CBDCs or stablecoins are tokens that represent fiat currency. But you can also have these digital tokens for stocks, for bonds, for commodities, for your home, for your car. Everything could be tokenized. It's essentially a evolution of the database. The problem is that the way that the technocrats want to roll out tokenization is that they want to have tokens that can be centrally controlled, centrally tracked, centrally programmed, and censored. This is the heart of the control system for technocracy. So what I have been arguing for years is that the opposite to that is freedom tokenization, and then more specifically over the last year, privacy tokens. So in other words, the ability to tokenize assets and hold those tokens in your own self-custody, not controlled by a third party, where you can trade with anyone, anywhere in the world, without third parties being able to see your transactions. So it's about ownership, it's about privacy. That is the battleground, and that has increasingly become the case as we've gone through the Genius Act, which is to basically take stable coins like Tether and USDC and put them under the control of Congress and the Federal Reserve. We now have the Clarity Act, which is happening, which is going to do the same thing with stocks and bonds and commodities. It's going to give control and oversight and all the know your customer laws and all the stuff that you have to go through when you go to set up a bank account or a crypto account. That will apply soon to all of your assets, not just money. And this is by design. So this is why I think our best shot at freedom and our best shot at stopping the technocracy is to build parallel solutions outside of their system that are tokenized privately. And that's one of the things we're going to talk about tonight with Freedom Dollar. So we are working on 3 different areas. And again, I'll have a presentation, probably whatever the first Thursday is after November the 1st, where I'll outline kind of the whole plan of what we're doing. But it breaks down into these 3 areas. One, we do have to spend time educating people on technocracy. And I can do this okay, but there are other people that I will continue to amplify, like Patrick Wood, like Courtney Turner, like Craig, who's been on a couple of times, and others that know much more about this area. Everyone needs to find out about this. You have to understand what war you're actually in. And on that front, Patrick Wood has an excellent boot camp on technocracy, which you can sign up for, I think it's like 34 hours worth of content. And Patrick has been studying this for 45 years. He's written 3 books. He has thousands of articles on this. I just found out about him 3 or 4 years ago. Everybody should know this guy's work. It's meticulous and it really explains in great detail what's going on. The second part of what we do is to help people with what I call autonomy reboot. The best way out of this is, and I think we have this problem right now where, I mean, we're all programmed by these external organizations, whether it's the media, education, entertainment, news, and increasingly algorithms. But we do have free will, and we have the ability to take back our free will and to take control of our own thoughts, our own emotions, and our own actions. And we all have the ability to do this. This is an innate capability. And we've been spending too much time on white knights, Musk is going to fix it. Trump's going to fix it. RFK is going to fix it. No one is going to fix it. This is an inside job. This is something that we all individually have the ability to do and must do in order to stop this march towards, complete authoritarian control. And then the third area is, I call the revolution will be tokenized. This is how we actually build those parallel systems. And so those are the 3 areas. And I'm not going to spend a lot of time tonight just because we have a lot on this freedom dollar topic, but I've put together a couple of scoring systems so that we can measure how we're doing. Because what I've found is that a lot of this creeps up. People don't realize, and I think the problem that I have with people in the United States is people will look at, oh, well, the UK announced a digital ID. I'm glad we're not like them. Or we'll say China's announced a CBDC. I'm glad we're nothing like communist China. Only to find out we have Real ID, which is a digital ID now in 11 states, and will be rolled out to 20 more by the end of the year. We have a backdoor CBDC. And so I want to put together a framework and a kind of a scoring mechanism so that each week we can look at the news and look and see what's going on, so that when there is a new development like Palantir, building a database of Americans and connecting it to Real ID, we can kind of put that in some sort of semblance of how close are we to the complete edge here. And I've got some metrics on that for both technocracy and measuring monarchy, to the extent to which executive power is being aggregated, which I believe is not, I don't think Trump is the is the bad guy here. He's not the destination. This has been constructed to the benefit of J.D. Vance, who is a puppet of Peter Thiel and is completely bought into this. He is a technocrat himself, tied with Curtis Yarvin. I've tracked his investment portfolio and everything. So this is not even about Trump. People will say, oh, this is, Trump. This is not Trump derangement syndrome. This is about an architected plan to consolidate executive power as a bridge to technocracy. So there will be more on that, and I'll use these as scorecards basically every week, so we can see how these things are progressing. And hopefully, maybe they'll recede the other way. But I've seen zero indication that that's going to happen. We are having monthly technocracy roundtables. The next one is October the 22nd at 6 p.m. I really encourage you to tune in on this because the whole focus of this is AI in healthcare. And this is I think, somewhat of a surprising vector. And I think, I've challenged people that are in the medical freedom movement a couple of episodes ago to say, hey, do you recall, wearables and AI data collection and things like, Trump just announced building a database of genetic information on kids with cancer and everything. Was this part of your understanding of medical freedom? Because it was not mine. And then when you look into it more and you start to see what Larry Ellison is doing and everything else, and what insurance companies are already doing with AI, you realize that we're much further down the technocracy path than any of us would like to think. So on that front, for 3 years, I've been, to some degree, a voice in the wilderness, warning about CBDCs and screaming about technocracy, documenting the surveillance grid that's being built around us. And for 3 years, many of you thought I was being hyperbolic or paranoid or black-pilled. Well, I'm done warning about what's coming because it's not coming anymore. It's here. While I've been sounding alarms, my friends have been thrown in cages or almost thrown in cages. Ian Freeman remains in prison for 8 years. Roman Storm awaits his sentencing, and I'm grateful for what's happened with Roger, although I don't know all the details of it. But nevertheless, the boot is still there very much. Every Tether and USDC transaction is now tracked forever and is funding the war machine through mandatory treasury backing. The Genius Act didn't create CBDCs, it turned all stablecoins into CBDCs. And while we were debating, they already won. 3 years ago, I warned about digital IDs. And today, as I discussed last week, 17 countries implemented them in the last 90 days. Not announced, not proposed, signed into law, with full implementation by 2026, 2027. Thailand just tied digital ID to your SIM card. Your phone is now your prison guard. Real ID is live in 11 states and 20 more by the end of the year. The UK bypassed Parliament entirely. So democracy didn't just fail, it was executed in broad daylight. 3 years ago, I warned about AI surveillance. Today, Palantir controls every federal database. Operation Stargate commits $500 billion to health monitoring. Orwell's telescreen with a wellness app. Maha isn't defending Big Pharma, or isn't defeating Big Pharma. It's merging with Big Tech to create something infinitely worse. RFK Jr. went from fighting vaccine mandates to mandating health trackers. The capture is complete. The acceleration is so severe, I've had to create these scoreboards that I just showed. Technocracy scoreboard, a monarchy scoreboard, just to track how fast we're losing. Not might lose, not could lose, are losing. Present tense, right now. And here's what breaks my brain. People still think Trump will save them, that Elon's on their side, that RFK Jr. is fighting for medical freedom, that if we just vote harder, tweet louder, protest longer, someone in power will restore our rights. Nobody is coming to save us. Nobody. Power does not liberate, it consolidates. It doesn't matter if it wears a red hat or a blue one, quotes Jefferson or Marx, Harari or Yarvin, waves a flag or burns one. The nature of power is expansion, and the technology now exists for power to expand into every neuron of human existence. But I'm not here to blackpill you. I'm here to remind you of something they desperately want us to forget. We have free will. We can say no. We can build alternatives. We can become ungovernable. The rigged game is over. Voting won't fix that. We just saw this. Protesting won't fix that. They'll freeze your bank account. Tweeting won't fix that. They control the platforms. The only solution is to build. Build parallel systems. Build alternatives. Build the world you want to live in instead of begging sociopaths to give you permission to exist. At the heart of their control grid is money. Control the money, control everything. That's why tonight I'm introducing you to Freedom Dollar, a stablecoin built on Zano that can't be frozen, can't be tracked, doesn't fund wars through treasury purchases, and actually works today. Not coming soon, not in development, right now. I'm not being paid a cent by Freedom Dollar. This isn't a sponsorship. This is about survival. My book, The Final Countdown, spent half its pages defining the technocratic threat and half providing solutions. Freedom Dollar is one of the best solutions I've seen. It's not perfect. Nothing is. It's not without risk. Everything has risk, but it is a working alternative to their surveillance money, and it exists today. This is not about number go up. I mean, it's a stable coin. So presumably the number will go nowhere. It will remain stable. This isn't about getting rich. This is about being able to engage in voluntary commerce without asking permission from a system that wants you enslaved or dead. If the technical stuff scares you, don't worry. There are guides, videos, tutorials, but more importantly, I'm putting my money where my mouth is. I'm giving away $11 in Freedom Dollars to 20 people randomly selected from the first 100 who sign up for the aarondayshow.com website. So just go to the aarondayshow.com/register and create an account, and your email will be in a system. And then I will select 20 of the first 100 and we'll reach out to you and send you $11 worth of Freedom Dollar. This is actually enough Freedom Dollar to not only receive it, but you can load it onto a non-KYC Mastercard and spend it in the real world. So you will be able to see how I will be able to send you something, a completely private form of, the dollar, and then you will be able to load it onto a card and spend it at, over 100 million merchants or whatever it is worldwide. That is powerful. This is a very powerful way to onboard people and move people outside of the system. And yes, a MasterCard is not the ultimate end game, but it is a transition step from where we are now to complete peer-to-peer commerce. And I encourage everyone, whether you win or not, to share your experience, write about it, and actually to buy some anyway and play around with it. And take pictures and make videos and show others that alternatives exist, that we don't need their permission, that we can build our own systems. This is critically important. Show use. Because one of the problems that we have is it is easy to talk about how bad things are and how quickly the surveillance state is growing. But to a certain degree, without having alternatives, it becomes demoralizing. And so to a certain degree, people can become resigned to thinking that there are no alternatives. But there are many alternatives, and we need to start showcasing that as much as we can. So the walls are tightening and the exits are closing. And every day we wait is a day closer to a permanent digital slavery. But right now we have a narrow window. We can still build, we can still escape, we can still exercise the free will they're desperately trying to eliminate. The technocrats think they've won because they control the current system. But what if we just stop using their system? What if we build our own? What if we say no and actually mean it? The time for warnings has passed. The time for hoping someone will save us is over. The time to build is now. This is how we fight back, not with violence, not with votes, but by becoming ungovernable, by building systems they can't control, by exercising our free will while we still can. Tonight, I'll show you exactly how Freedom Dollar works, why it matters, and how you can start using it immediately. Because the counter economy isn't coming, it needs to be built by us starting now. The clock hasn't just run out, it's counting backward. Every second we delay is a second closer to permanent enslavement. So let's build our way out starting tonight. So there is a lot to go through, and as I said, don't get caught up about any of the kind of the technical details. I did create a bunch of memes here. I don't know if they're on the website. If you go to the aarondayshow.com, they will be there. I created 10 memes for this as well, and I'm going to be putting the songs and everything, all of the content, the slides on the aarondayshow.com so that you can share this content as well. Because obviously this podcast tends to go a little long, and I don't necessarily expect people to listen to 2, 3, 4 hours, but there are a lot of good clips from this, and then there are a lot of other snippets and media in different formats that we want to share. So last year, stablecoins moved $27 trillion. Every single transaction was tracked. Every dollar bought US Treasuries. You think you're using crypto, but you're actually funding drone strikes, and you're building your own digital prison. So let me show you exactly how they turned your freedom money into war bonds. And the problem is the crypto community has been celebrating this. They've been celebrating stablecoins hitting this volume level and equating it with crypto. But the problem is that they're not talking about the fact that now essentially Tether and USDC have become surveillance tokens that fund the war machine. They are, in fact, they were doing this before the Genius Act. The law enforcement has been working closely with both of these stablecoins, and they've seized over $2.5 billion, I think, now in transactions. And so this was going on even before the Genius Act. Now that integration is even tighter. But this $27 trillion in stablecoin volume is about the equivalent of Visa's entire annual volume. So this is not a niche market. This is now mainstream. And it's actually projected to grow even before the Genius Act to 120 trillion by 2030, which is actually more than Mastercard, Visa, and direct deposit combined. So this is total surveillance. Every transaction permanently recorded on blockchains. Anyone can see the payments that you've ever made. Your financial life is now an open book forever. But worse than that, it is funding the war machine. These stablecoins are now required to be backed by US Treasuries. In the past, that wasn't the case. Before the Genius Act, there was no strict requirement. And, realistically, I haven't been a big fan of these stablecoins anyway for different sets of reasons. Tether's never been able to pass an audit. It's unclear if they even have reserves, but they've also stated that they have a lot of gold and a lot of Bitcoin backing their coin, and they can no longer use that to back their coin. They now actually will have to go and buy treasuries and make sure that they're backing every single Tether with US Treasuries, which our own Treasury Secretary has said will allow us to sell $2 trillion worth of treasuries. So that's $2 trillion of additional bombs and drone strikes and everything else that our government uses that money for. Circle already holds $32 billion in US government securities, and Tether is the 18th largest buyer of US Treasuries globally. So if you think you're using these stable coins and escaping the system, you're wrong. You're actually turbocharging it. You think you're using freedom money, but you're actually making government surveillance easier and cheaper, and you are funding the expansion of government. So this is a critical point. The Genius Act passed, and now, as I said, every stablecoin must be backed one-to-one by US Treasuries. And it's Congress, not the Fed, that controls the surveillance. And I'm not going to go through, I've talked about this on, probably 10 different podcasts. But the issue here, and you can see this in this image, is that when you think about the financial surveillance we have today, all of the hassle with know your customer laws and anti-money laundering laws and having to give biometric information to set up these accounts, all of that comes from Congress. It does not come from the Federal Reserve. So what they managed to convince people with really clever marketing was that, we're not doing a CBDC. We're not going to become like communist China. We're going to do this pro-innovation American thing. And in reality, what they did is they took something that was already private that people liked, and they added CBDC level surveillance to it. It was really pretty ingenious. And it's actually made my life incredibly difficult because I've had people after the election, and once Trump even started saying he was anti-CBDC, saying, oh, well, you must be happy, you've won, and now there's nothing left to do. And of course, I didn't know how bad it was going to be, but I knew the story wasn't over. I just didn't realize the extent to which they were going to be able to capture all of this transaction volume and put it under their control in such a short period of time. And again, this is much faster than had Harris won or somebody won, it tried to force a centralized CBDC, the rollout on that would have taken a decade to get to $27 trillion worth of transactions. And so when I say the technocracy is moving 5 years ahead, I mean it. Like this is something that I got blindsided by the speed with which they've put in place these surveillance systems and this digital control. So again, the Genius Act requires the treasury or dollar backing. And there are all kinds of other regulatory burdens that are put on the stablecoin issuers. And what this means, when you look at the history of financial legislation in this country, first of all, it's only gone in one direction since 1970. In 1970 is when the Bank Secrecy Act was passed, supposedly to curtail money laundering, which it has done a horrible job of, or possibly even made it worse. But the one thing that I noticed in researching this, that there's never been a time where financial surveillance was added where it was ever taken back. So every time there's an emergency, even if the emergency doesn't appear related to financial matters, we get more financial surveillance and it never goes away. So this has been building and building. And so you go from the Bank Secrecy Act, and then you get the Patriot Act, and then you get on and on, CARES Act, Dodd-Frank, everything else, and it never recedes the other way. So now what could happen? Well, now that these stablecoins are under the control of Congress, Congress could meet in an emergency and say, listen, new rule. If you're going to be a stablecoin issuer, you have to use a blockchain that only allows purchasing from this white list. They could literally do whatever they want. And this actually gives them quite a bit of say and control over dictating even which blockchains are used for the issuance of stablecoins. So people don't quite even fully appreciate the amount of power that Congress has just grabbed through this Genius Act. The Federal Reserve gets monthly audit powers. So again, this is one of these things where it's designed to create barriers where you're not going to have innovation or really new players come into this. People that are innovative, this, two guys in a garage are not going to be able to comply with what is required now to work with both Congress and the Federal Reserve and having a stable coin. The other thing is it killed innovation. There's a 2-year moratorium on algorithmic stable coins. Fortunately, Freedom Dollar was kicked off actually even before that. Not that that matters. Freedom Dollar exists kind of outside of that entire system. But, I really want to stress over and over again the level of rug pull that has happened here by Congress making it look like the Federal Reserve was the bad guy. The Federal Reserve is a bad party. It's an unnecessary third party. But when it comes to financial surveillance, some of the people that are in Congress voted for these things. The Patriot Act, like a lot of the stuff that we have now that's really part of the heavy-handed aspect of financial surveillance, those people are still in Congress. And I actually saw them debate and say, well, at least we're not going to become like the Chinese communist, or at least we're not going to allow the Federal Reserve to encroach and violate the financial privacy. Meanwhile, are they even aware that they're the ones that have already voted for this? Already voted for the tracking and everything. And so I don't know if they know or not. Half the time I think that they don't know, and half the time I think that they don't care. But nevertheless, Congress is ultimately responsible. And you can see from this meme here, it's mostly Congress, some executive branch. You have some NSA data collection. You have these suspicious activity reports from the Treasury Department. So there is some executive branch, but it's mostly Congress. And not, again, the Federal Reserve, who the politicians did a masterful job of blaming all of this on. But there's another aspect to this. This isn't always just about the government as bad actor, although certainly that is largely the case. That's the main concern. But there's a lot of blood on the blockchain. Last month in France, armed men kidnapped a crypto investor's daughter. They knew exactly how much Bitcoin he had. They could see it on the blockchain. And this is happening globally. Your transparent transactions are making you a target. This is real violence with real victims. Not only multiple kidnappings in France, but I've talked about this before. This is all over the world. People in Ukraine, people in Asia have been kidnapped, and then they turned over their coins and they were murdered anyway. So there are horrific cases on this. I didn't have time to compile the clips, but at some point I will compile the clips because I think it's important for people to understand the safety aspect of this, not just the government overreach aspect. It is dangerous, physically dangerous, to have a situation where your financial assets are known on a public blockchain. And you have companies like Chainalysis that are selling information about your wallet and compiling information from different sources, getting information from law enforcement, getting information from exchanges, and building these databases over a long period of time to the point now where there are private investigators. As a private investigator, you can get a license in Chainalysis. And so now this is becoming an entire industry, and now people are getting angry with each other, and they're having legal disputes, divorces, business disputes, and they're hiring these private investigators that are certified in this to be able to track all of your transactions, more crypto transactions and information than they can even get from your bank account through a subpoena. So, and people are scared. Even Michael Saylor refused proof of reserves because of personal safety, right? So, I mean, there's no real way to hide from this. And, with Bitcoin, as with the stable coins, the addresses are a permanent public financial record. Nothing ever gets deleted or hidden. It is public forever. So this is something to be aware of. And I encourage you to go to YouTube and even look at, just search for Chainalysis. You can see some presentations that are made by people that work at Chainalysis. You can see a whole bunch of information that will be very eye-opening about how it works. But to summarize it quickly, I mean, you buy crypto on an exchange with your ID. The exchange knows your wallet address. Chain analysis companies buy or subpoena that data, and then they use clustering. So if one address is you, then all connected addresses are probably you too. So it's like following footprints in the snow. One footprint reveals your entire path. And this is a huge industry, over $500 million in government contracts for this. So your tax dollars are paid for these companies to spy on you. The data is sold to private investigators. It's sold to law firms, used in divorce proceedings, tax audits, criminal investigations. And again, once one transaction is identified, your entire history is exposed. Buy Bitcoin on Coinbase, they know that address. Send it to your hardware wallet, they know that address now too. Spend it anywhere, they track that merchant. The whole financial life unravels from just one ID point. And there are people that'll say, well, I've never used an exchange. Yeah, but if maybe you did a transaction with somebody that got into legal trouble, and one of the things that happens in these cases is to mitigate and lessen the sentences, they ask to find out who the counterparties are. So you may think that you've never touched an exchange and therefore you are completely free, and that's absolutely not the case. And so now on top of that, we're not just stopping with Tether and USDC. The same banking cartel is now getting into the stablecoin game. JP Morgan, Wells Fargo, Citi, and Bank of America announced a joint stablecoin. And these are probably the four largest owners of the Federal Reserve. We don't know for sure, but we can kind of guess who the largest owners of the Federal Reserve are. It's likely the four largest banks. And so we're dealing with kind of the creature from Jekyll Island all over again. These four banks control over 40% of U.S. deposits. They have combined assets of over $9 trillion. They're too big to fail, which means they're too powerful to stop. And again, their stablecoin will be indistinguishable from a CBDC. And in some ways, you know, a lot of people like to say, well, it's better that at least you have commercial banks issuing these coins than a central bank. But, you know, again, if these are the banks that own the Federal Reserve, it's a distinction without a difference. And at this point, given how surveillance works and the use of AI for surveillance, you're not really getting a lot of extra protection because you spread out your programmable digital trackable currency amongst a half a dozen players instead of one. That really doesn't buy you anything because it can be shut down in an instant. So, I mean, as I've been saying, I think either Tether or USDC will likely be acquired or regulated out of existence, or maybe they become one of the big players, but you're going to see it's all going to cluster. You're not going to see a lot of startup innovation. And you're already seeing this. Tether is filled with, you know, Howard Lutnick, our Commerce Secretary. His firm has the exclusive contract to manage all the treasuries that back Tether. There are a lot of deep political connections going on here. It's cronyism again. Where's the innovation in taking a digital programmable token and backing it by fiat? The entire point of crypto was to move away from fiat, to move away from centralized parties, and to empower people to engage in transactions directly. This is actually the worst perversion of crypto you could ever imagine. But yet these things are popular. So now enter Freedom Dollar. So Freedom Dollar is, you know, built on heavy duty privacy. It's built on the Zano blockchain, and it's backed by cryptocurrency, not treasuries. So there's no surveillance. There's no war funding. You're not, you know, when you use Freedom Dollar, there are no treasuries involved. There are no US dollars involved. And it works with a Mastercard today called a Zebec Mastercard, which I'll show a couple of video clips about that as well. So this is a very important stablecoin that I'm sure a lot of people don't want you to know about. So while everybody was debating CBDCs, a team quietly launched the answer, a truly private stablecoin that doesn't fund wars and can't be tracked. Of course, I like it and know about it because it's built on Zano, which I've talked about frequently, and I encourage everyone to go back to season 2, episode 25, where I did an overview of the entire Zano ecosystem. There's no money here going to the military industrial complex. No company or government can freeze it. There's no CEO with power to shut it down. There's no permission needed. There's no KYC involved whatsoever. No ID, no credit checks, no approval process. This is money like cash used to work. So it's real world ready. It's already integrated with Mastercard through Zebec, and it's increasingly going to be available at point of sale. I've been working on this plugin, which actually had just updated, but there's a new plugin for WooCommerce that was just released, which we'll talk about as well. So if you're a merchant and you use WooCommerce, which there are millions and millions of businesses all over the world that use WooCommerce, there's now a plugin where you can now take Zano and Freedom Dollar, and then moving forward, you'll be able to use private versions of Bitcoin and Ethereum through confidential layer as well. So to describe a little bit about how it works, again, I don't want to get too much into the technical aspects of this, but Freedom Dollar helped solve kind of an impossible triangle: privacy, stability, and decentralization. So it's built on, 10 years of battle-tested technology. So again, Zano's been around for quite some time. And, the founders, Andre, in particular, developed CryptoNote, which was the predecessor to Monero. So there is no bigger OG in the privacy space. So it's built on Zano's ring signature privacy protocol. It's borrowed from Monero, but arguably improved in a number of ways. And I don't want to get into an argument because this is not, I'm not going to trash Monero. Monero is great. They have completely different use cases. Monero is a great privacy coin that you can use as an alternative to cash as well. Zano allows you to create tokens to tokenize other assets. So money represents about 5% of the global GDP. With Zano, you can actually tokenize that 5% as well as the other 95%. So you can use it to tokenize stocks, bonds, art, anything that you could imagine could be tokenized, including Bitcoin and Ethereum and other cryptocurrencies. So the security model is just like Zano. It's a hybrid proof of work, proof of stake model, which I think is an improvement not only from a security perspective, but also from an energy perspective. And I'm not necessarily here to make the green pitch, but I will say that we do have a problem, which you may be feeling in your pocketbook directly, which is that energy prices are starting to surge. We have a terrible grid that we haven't invested in. And we've had all of these green projects that didn't come to fruition. And now we have this monster race manufactured race to compete with China on the race to AGI. And so now all of these data centers are coming up all over the world. And it's been stated that in order for the US to compete with China, we have to increase the energy usage from data centers just for AI 1,000x the current level that we're at. Well, this is actually going to be problematic for cryptocurrencies that rely on proof of work mining. In fact, it's going to become very difficult for American companies to compete in mining for Bitcoin. And if you look at the charts, I think ironically, one of the cheapest places in the world to mine Bitcoin is Iran, but the US isn't even close. And so now with this new mandate to push AI, I don't know what that's going to mean, but that is somewhat problematic. And this is not an issue that Zano has by virtue of the fact that it's a hybrid proof of work, proof of stake, and may even be moving more towards proof of stake over time. So, it's truly autonomous. There are no administrator keys. Again, this isn't, this is a real innovation in how stablecoins work. And I want to explain some of the mechanics behind this. So, every Freedom Dollar is backed by more than $1 worth of Zano. So it's over-collateralized. So there's more Zano backing the Freedom Dollar than are actually issued. And so these aren't just promises. This is actually something that you can validate. You can see the wallet. You can load it into your own wallet, and you can see in real time exactly how many Zano are backing how many total Freedom Dollar that are in supply. So this is something that offers transparency. So even though Zano is private by default, there's an additional feature called auditable wallet, which is utilized here, where you can actually view the aggregate information needed so that for purposes like this, so that you can see that the assets are there and you can see, you know, if there's adequate backing. So right now you can go to freedomdollar.com and and you can see, I think it's something like $8 million worth of Zano is backing roughly, you know, 5 million Freedom Dollar. I haven't checked today, but I mean, that was I think yesterday, that's about where it was at. And, you know, it's only been around for a few months. So it's actually been on a nice, nice trajectory upward. And so there's a, you know, and I'll get into some more of the details on this, but there are a lot of things that are, you know, developed algorithmically to make sure that it maintains the peg around $1. So there are incentives built in to actually keep that peg stable pretty much within 3% one way or the other. So this isn't like a lot of the other projects where like Terra Luna or other things where there's interest and there's a whole bunch of other dynamics like that involved. This is really about having, you know, collateral locked in these auditable contracts. Public can verify it. The individual transactions remain completely private, and you can see the vault without seeing who's using it. But that's just the first level of security. So you have the fact that it's over collateralized. That's one area. And then you have this concept of Zano itself becoming deflationary with usage. And I think I have a separate slide on this altogether, but this is an important point. And you don't hear me talking about price. I don't even know if I've ever put a price chart in this podcast at all. But of course, people are always interested in price. The interesting thing about Zano is every time Zano is used or a token that is created on Zano, like Freedom Dollar or, you know, tokenized Bitcoin or whatever, every time there's a transaction fee, those fees are burned. They're taken out of supply, which means that at a certain point, when the Zano network reaches 144,000 transactions per day, it actually becomes deflationary, meaning the actual overall supply of Zano starts decreasing in size. So this is a situation where obviously the blockchain is designed for use. It's designed for assets of all kind to be tokenized and traded. And the more people are doing that, the supply goes down. And obviously when the supply goes down and the demand goes up, the price goes up. So this kind of has a built-in, this is even outside of speculation. This is just from pure usage of the blockchain itself. So that's an important dynamic. The other thing is that FUSD, one of the benefits of being a hybrid proof of work, proof of stake is you can actually stake your coins and you can earn rewards from staking, which is something that the folks at Freedom Dollar do. So they are staking their Zano that's backing the Freedom Dollar. And so they're continuing to earn additional Zano on top of that, which goes to back the entire supply of Freedom Dollar. So these are kind of the three interesting components that they have built into it. So it's kind of mathematically proven for 70% market crashes. And you can read all of the details about this, kind of have figured out a way to move beyond the death spirals that people saw with things like Terra Luna. 3 independent systems would all have to fail. So this is good. And again, I'm not saying that there's no risk, but what I am saying is that this has taken a substantial amount of the risk out of the equation that has affected other projects. And as I mentioned, this is really, I'll call it a deflationary revolution of sorts, because every Freedom Dollar transaction burns Zano. 144,000 transactions a day is the magic number. There's one new Zano minted every minute, and the transaction fees are 0.01 Zano. So if you just do the math, this is how you get to the 144,000. So there are 1,440 Zano minted per day. And so at 144,000 transactions, you multiply that by 0.01 Zano, meaning the amount burned, then you actually get to the point where now you've crossed a line where it becomes deflationary. So again, this is important because this isn't a project that is dependent upon it's not dependent upon hype. It's not dependent upon influencers. It's not dependent upon speculation to drive value. It's actual use, people using privately tokenized assets that will drive the actual use and increase in demand and simultaneous decrease in supply. So overall, unlike traditional stablecoins where the company controls the issuance, Freedom Dollar uses, autonomous, I don't know if I'd call them smart contracts, but anyone can mint or burn anytime permissionlessly. And I'm not going to go into detail on that. That's more of an advanced topic. In fact, I mean, as I'm looking at this, this is probably not a slide to go through today, but I will start doing kind of breaking these down into intro courses and then more advanced stuff. I don't want to make this too complicated, but needless to say, there's an incentive system here designed to keep the peg around with around 0.3% of exactly $1. And there's a whole bunch of incentives that go into that. And I'm not going to go through all of the details on that. But the point of it is this has been designed using kind of sound economic principles and decentralization to preserve the peg and the stability of the coin itself. The other thing is, you don't need decentralized exchanges or liquidity pools. There's no slippage. There's something in Zano called ionic swaps, which allow you to swap your Freedom Dollar for any Zano token directly without any third party. And by the way, this was one of the things where I had an aha moment. I've mentioned this before. Dan O'Neill, if you're listening to this, I actually created a couple of I'd call them meme coins, but some free Ross tokens at the time, and free Julian Assange tokens. And Dan had one of one, I had one of the other, and we were able to swap those just directly from our wallet without any third party involved. There was no DEX involved. No one was involved, and no one knows that transaction actually took place. So this allows you right now to be able to, you can swap Zano for Freedom Dollar at any point in time. You can go to trade.zano.org. And again, no third parties involved whatsoever. This is a huge advantage over some of the disasters that we've seen with, as you see in this image, all of the number of liquidity pools and front running and bots and all kinds of, bad behavior that goes on with a traditional decentralized exchange. And so this is something that not only Freedom Dollar benefits from, but anybody that creates any kind of token on Zano benefits from ionic swaps. So then there is the Zebec card. And I'm going to say, as we're, getting far along through this, I encourage you to go to the aarondayshow.com/register, create an account with your email address. And I'm going to pick, 20 people at random out of the first 100. And I will send you $11 worth of Freedom Dollar, and you will be able to use the Freedom Dollar to actually load a non-KYC Zebec Mastercard that you can then spend anywhere. And I mean literally anywhere. I've been using this. This is my go-to now. I've been living on crypto since 2019, and I've used a variety of different options. I've had multiple debit cards, gift cards. Obviously I try to prefer, if I can, to purchase directly P2P, but that's pretty impossible to do when I travel. And so this card is actually a lifesaver. You can actually load the card from your mobile wallet. In fact, what I will do, I'm going to go to freedomforge.io, and I will show you, I've added a new guide. So if you're not familiar with freedomforge.io, the point of freedomforge.io is to have an increasing library of introductory materials, guides, all free, to help people download wallets. In the future, guides for how to use confidential layer, guides on how to use Freedom Dollar. So it's meant to be a resource on that front. But the real main reason that I wrote it is to be a place where entrepreneurs and developers can get together and brainstorm and work on developing counters to these technocracy threats. So when you go to the website, you'll see, oh, what's the threat? The threat is CBDCs. What's the answer to that? Freedom dollar. What's the threat? AI and the centralization of healthcare. What's the answer to that? A global medical tourism marketplace with a reputation management system. So there's a way here for people to catalog ideas, share ideas, and hopefully meet and start brainstorming on how to do this. Because one of the concerns that people have the most about this is they say, well, how am I going to make money outside of the system? Or they'll say, oh, well, gee, I'm just resigned to the fact that this technocracy is going to happen. But the reality is the economic opportunities are almost unlimited. Everything that exists in the centralized world today that uses either centralized databases or that's morphing towards these, highly controlled token systems can be rebuilt. So everything, food marketplaces, healthcare marketplaces, anything you can imagine has the ability to be rebuilt on Zano. It's literally wide open. And it's fairly easy to develop at this point. And actually with AI and vibe coding and everything else, it's not as much of a technical barrier to do this either. I've been doing a lot. I'm a pretty mediocre coder at best and hadn't been coding for 30 years really. And now I'm doing a whole bunch of coding just because it's in some ways easier to just build and prototype things than it is to talk about them. So, but what I'm going to do is I'm going to show a couple of videos here. Let me see if I can. From Freedom Forge. And actually, these aren't my videos either. There's another site that you should check out. I'm going to put in the notes, zanolist.com. Check out zanolist.com and also check out their YouTube channel. They have terrific content. These are short videos, 1 minute, 5 minutes. I mean, 8 minutes would be a long video from Zanolist, but on a whole variety of topics that are privacy related and then specifically related to all aspects of the Zano ecosystem. So all I have here for Freedom Forge, I have these guides, but the guides are essentially also referencing videos, and the videos I just linked to Zanolist because they've already put together terrific content. So let me show you here. So if you go to freedomforge.io, I'm going to look at my screen here, make sure this is actually focused on the right thing. Okay, there we go. Right. So if you're at freedomforge.io, I have on here, you see with flashing new, start with Freedom Dollar. So this is a really quick guide for how to get started with Freedom Dollar. And Freedom Dollar works on these 4 wallets and also Edge Wallet. So Edge Wallet, Cake Wallet, Bitcoin.com wallet, the Zano mobile wallet, and the Zano desktop wallet. Now, I actually recommend, for the purpose of what I'm going through tonight, to talk about and to consider downloading either the official Zano mobile wallet or the desktop wallet. And actually, I would probably recommend the mobile wallet because it's the easiest. You don't have to wait for the entire blockchain to download. And the reason that I recommend that is that in order to use Zebec, you need to have either the desktop wallet or the Zano mobile wallet. This is how you actually connect to Zebec, and this is how you load the funds from your wallet directly onto the card. But I'll say I've used a lot of crypto debit cards. This is the fastest in terms of loading. I mean, once you get this set up, it's an instantaneous load on the card. And that may sound trivial, but I will tell you, for most of the time when I've had to use these debit cards, sometimes I have to wait 2-3 hours. I mean, it can be problematic, and actually my kids will roll their eyes at me because sometimes I'm like, well, let's go here and do this. And I'm like, well, we've got to wait for this transaction to clear. So this is an instant thing. I'm going to play this video and I hope the audio comes through. By the way, if it doesn't, then I will stop the video, but always remember, so there's no need to bother to take notes on this. I'm playing this short video just so that you can see what's involved, but know that this video exists. It exists on freedomforge.io and it exists on Zano list. So you can always watch these at your own leisure.
Zano trade. So I'll click on Zano trade. And right there on the very front page, you can see the most popular token traded on all of Zano trade today is this FUSD, right? So I'm at top of the little arrow there for FUSD. And you can see there's all the details. And so the very top one there, it says FUSD. We need that token identifier number that starts as 8614. So I've just tapped that. And you can see right here, this is what we're going to copy. So we'll copy that to the clipboard. And now we'll X out of this. And we'll go back to the wallet. So to now add the FUSD to your iPhone wallet, you'll just go to the page and you'll scroll down to the very bottom and you'll see this whitelist asset. And I'll cap that. And then I'm going to paste that asset ID that I have right there, right? So I'll tap paste, and there it is. And then you'll tap anywhere else on the screen, and you'll tap this add token at the bottom. And before there was no FUSD in my wallet, but now that I've added that, you will see that if we look somewhere here, we have Freedom Dollar. There it is. We have 100 of them because in a previous video, another team member here at Xaolist.com bought 100 FUSD. But I'm going to show you how to buy even more right from your iPhone, assuming you already have Zano. So with that browser again, Zano trade, and then we'll go on this FUSD right here, right? And so again, we'll scroll down a little bit. There's the chart. There's some other stuff. And here we go, new order, right? And so we have to connect the wallet, apparently. So we'll go and tap on connect. And now my wallet is connecting. Do I want to sign this request, signing into my wallet? Yes, we do. There we go. We are now logged into the wallet. We don't have any that we want to sell to them. We want to buy some more FUSD. So we'll tap on the sell orders. And you can see currently there are 3,642 FUSD available for sale. So you can see here, we want to buy it. Let's buy another 100 FUSD, right? So we'll delete all this and we'll put in 100, right? And so you can see the price to buy 100 FUSD. It's a bargain. They're on sale at the moment. They're $99.80 for 100 FUSD. So I think there's 20-cent discount. And the price fluctuates at a little bit around $1 based on the exchange rates on wherever the price feeds are getting. So anyhow, again, remember, I already had 100 FUSD in my wallet. We'll tap buy. And then if you scroll down again, you will see on my orders, you'll see this market, right? And dear list. So like I will tap apply, and it says confirm request confirmation. Now next what? Yes, we will confirm. And then boom, there it goes. The order's been filled. And now there's some new order on the order book, and it should be in my wallet. So now if we go and tap back, we will see, and back again, or we can just go back here, and we'll see in my wallet here, Freedom Dollars, I now have 200 Freedom Dollars in my wallet, whereas previously we only had 100. And if we look in the history, you can see there it is. I just traded 8.46 Zano for 100 Freedom Dollars. And so now I have 200 Freedom Dollars in my wallet that I can send around anywhere in the world just like that. FUSD right there, available in your Zano.org wallet.
So there you have it. Oh, hold on. I don't know why that happened, but nevertheless, I guess that was the video playing afterwards. But so if you go to the Freedom Forge website, again, you can go through this whole process and you can watch a whole series of videos. There's this video, which is just the video about how to get FUSD, how to convert your Zano to FUSD. There's also another video, great video, that shows how you can use your mobile wallet to load your Freedom Dollar directly onto the Zebec Mastercard. I'm not going to play that now because I'm realizing that playing these videos probably doesn't make a lot of sense, given that, at least based on what I understand from my statistics, most of you are actually just listening to this on audio. So that might be a bit of a waste. So just know that when you go to the Freedom Forge website, there's an entire tab at the beginning, start with Freedom Dollar, that will walk you through the mobile wallets. We'll walk you through how to make sure Freedom Dollar is set up. And then we'll walk you through instructional videos on how to load Freedom Dollar onto the Zebec card. And that is really powerful. I think once you just go through that process and you realize how simple it is, you'll realize how powerful of a solution this is. And I actually do think that the combination of Freedom Dollar and Zebec, this is going to be probably one of the biggest onboarding tools that we have. because as you know, I've been talking about Zano for, God, I guess probably a year and a half now. It seems like the time has just flown by. But early on, all we had was the mobile wallet and the desktop wallet. There was no such thing as Freedom Dollar. None of these wallets included Zano. There certainly was no Zebec Mastercard. So again, I live on crypto, and now I'm almost 100% in the Zano ecosystem. So either Zano or Freedom Dollar. And I use the combination of them. I mean, I kind of view it as save in Zano and spend in Freedom Dollar. It's kind of a good way to do it. I mean, you're probably not going to hold necessarily a lot of your wealth in a stable coin, given that, the dollar's lost whatever 10% plus of its value so far this year. But this is a really powerful combination and a powerful tool. So once again, you can go to theaarondayshow.com, just register an account, and then your email address will automatically be included. And I'm going to pick 20 out of the first 100 people, and I will just send you $11 worth of Freedom Dollar. The reason it's $11 is there's a minimum, you have to load a minimum of $10 on the card. So I'm going to give a little extra there just for transaction fees and and for whatever else. So I encourage you to check that out. And then, as we do more podcasts, hopefully more people will start sharing their experience. And I'm going to show you, I do have a couple of videos that I think are a little bit better at showing the Zebec card in action. So this is Bree Teresi. I encourage you to check her out on X. She's at Bree Teresi. And she's actually done a couple of short videos showing the use of the Zebec card, both with Zano and with Freedom Dollar. I'm going to play the most recent clip from this week where she is spending the Zebec card loaded with Freedom Dollar.
Guys, I'm here in Santana Row today, and I'm going to be doing a little bit of shopping with Freedom Dollar. Freedom Dollar is the first ever private stablecoin. Did you know that over $2.5 billion worth of Tether has been frozen? If money can be frozen, that means it's not your money. Let's get this shopping spree started using Freedom Dollar. Let's go. Okay, I just found my favorite lip gloss. It is 35 Freedom Dollar. Let's go check out. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, I just found this backpack and I think it is so cute, on sale for $74. So I just loaded up my Zebec gift card with Freedom Dollar, and I'm going to go ahead and buy this now. I'm going to be using my Zebec card loaded up with Freedom Dollar to buy this backpack. Approved. Thank you. Thank you so much. Have a good day. Bye. I bought all of this with Freedom Dollar. As you could see, the process was super smooth. All I had to do was load up a Zebec gift card, and I bought everything today with Freedom Dollar.
So again, as someone who's lived on crypto for now 6 years, this is the easiest to use by far. My son is even using it now, and I mean, he's excited about it. And the thing about it is, I'll give you another tip. So you can literally use it everywhere, but there are some situations where there's no PIN number associated with the card. And so I did run into a couple of stumbling blocks. And so I reached out to the people at Zebec, and they said, if you ever are in a situation where it calls for a PIN number, you just use the last 4 digits of the card number itself, and then everything's fine. So I've had absolutely no problems with it. I use it at gas stations, use it at Whole Foods. Our entire last trip to Virginia, the hotel, the rental car, everything. We even went to Polyface Farms. Joel Salatin's farm was able to use it there. So literally, you can use it anywhere. You can connect it with your Google Wallet, your Apple Wallet. And again, the fastest load times I've seen. So you're definitely going to want to check that out. And, again, and you can use it with Freedom Dollar, or you can use it with Zano. So moving on from that, when we start thinking about the expansion and we start thinking about creating these parallel infrastructures, again, a lot of people say to me, well, where am I going to be able to spend this? Well, I've developed a plugin, but I think this is probably going to be a better plugin. I just learned about it today. In fact, I think it was just released today, but I'm going to guess that it's probably better than the plugin that I put together. Just knowing the people behind it. So once again, if you go to freedomforge.io, you can go to, there's a tab at the top, sell with Zano. And there, oh, it looks like you have to actually log in to do that. Well, create an account there. So sell with Zano, something called the Anycoin Payment Gateway. So if you have a WordPress site, which is 40% of all websites, and you use WooCommerce, this is a plugin that slips in really easily. You just install it as a plugin, and then now your store can take Zano and Freedom Dollar. And I'm going to assume, based on how they've designed it, based on the way I designed it, it'll also take BTCX, which is the private version of Bitcoin, created using confidential layer, and also ETHX and BNBX and all of those other things. And so what this means is, if you think about it, so Zano, we have this stable coin that you can use for day-to-day transactions, and then we can take the $2.7 trillion worth of Bitcoin and Ethereum that's out there, that's transparent, that, you know, is subject to all of these government actors and other bad actors being able to see what you're doing. You can now make that private on Zano, and then you can take that tokenized version of it, and you're going to be able to spend it on all of these WooCommerce shops all over the world for direct peer-to-peer transactions. So this is really powerful stuff. So when people say to me, well, you know, this isn't something in the future, this is something that is here right now and something that you can use today. So if you're really thinking about, and as I said in the opening monologue, like, this really is urgent. I really wish more people, I hope my sense of urgency comes across, but I mean, I'm not kidding. I mean, this is beyond DEFCON 1 with what's going on with the surveillance and the tokenization of all of these assets and digital ID. Like, this is happening faster than 2030. We do not have years in order to move over to these alternatives, but there's enough built in the Zano ecosystem now where you can move your business online. You can start selling goods and services in exchange for Zano and for Freedom Dollar, and you can start tokenizing other businesses and come up with entirely different marketplaces. All can be reimagined and envisioned on Zano. So I really am encouraging people to do this, because so many people say, well, what can I do? And the truth is, you can do a lot. You can do almost anything that you can imagine in terms of, you know, recreating businesses in a way that is private and involves peer-to-peer transactions. So there are other solutions, and I encourage you to go back to episode 25 to see all of this, everything that you can do. I'm not going to go through all of it. I went through it there, but there's a service called ZanoBay, which is kind of what you can imagine. It's like eBay, except you can use Zano, and, you know, eBay, Amazon, Shopify, these services have been known to cancel people. In fact, you probably heard some of those horror stories. And so ZanoBay is a way for you to buy and sell goods and services in a kind of an auction type of environment, but there's no censorship, no third parties involved. It has PGP built into it, so you can communicate securely with the buyers and sellers can communicate without any interference from third parties. And so this is another powerful tool that's been built. My wife and I are working on something. I hope to have not necessarily a full prototype, but a website up that talks about this. But you've heard me talk about this. So when we're fighting these technocrats, the biggest concern that we have is what? Well, one, we need to be able to have money. So we need to be able to have a medium of exchange so that we can engage in any kind of commerce. That's really important. But we need to build alternatives for healthcare, food, energy. I think these are critical areas. And I have spent a lot of time in the healthcare space. My company was destroyed in the healthcare space by Obamacare and Dodd-Frank and a whole bunch of other stuff. But I know a bit about this. I know how the system works, how the economics of the system work. And what I realized is that there's a whole global medical tourism marketplace out there where you can get any kind of procedure, not just cosmetic procedures or dental procedures, even heart transplants, anywhere in the world. And you can shop around for those services. And so here's an opportunity to create a global medical tourism marketplace with a reputation management system and using Freedom Dollar and Zano as the funding mechanism. So no insurance, no government involved, no third parties. You can build things like you could build crowdfunding. I mean, you could build an entire alternative system for healthcare using Zano and tokenization and reputation management systems, and then in the future escrow systems and so forth. And so this is a very important one that has to be built. And again, with a lot of these things, I may, build these things and then just give them away, or if other people want to run them. But this is something that we have to build as a counter to what the technocrats are putting out there. And then I've spoken about Freedom Forge, which I encourage you to check out. And these sites, all of these sites are kind of in a rough. They're kind of, I'll call them in the alpha phase. I want to have them ready by the end of the month, which is when we're kind of officially rolling out all of the daylight stuff for kind of the next level, I guess, of where we're going. And I've spent a lot of time this summer. I mean, my whole view on this is I have been spending a lot of time, writing content and trying to educate people about technocracy. And I get torn between, well, should I just build or should I spend? And I have to do a little bit of both, but I want to focus more effort on creating tools that empower other people to do things. And so this is why I've been working on these websites, and why I think Freedom Forge is an exciting way that's kind of builder focused for people that say, okay, well, I get it. I understand now what technocracy is. I understand we need solutions. This is a place that I hope people go to start sharing ideas and, eventually connect with, employees and partners and so forth. And I've done these workshops in the past as well, and I'm going to continue to do workshops, but I'd like to see in the future, maybe even like a 2-day workshop where it's not just here's how to use a wallet, but people getting together and brainstorming, maybe even have a hackathon or something, but really start brainstorming how we can work together and create alternative systems and entire business models to solve very specific problems. And so you can find that kind of information as well. There's a whole section on the workshops at Freedom Forge. And I'm going to continue to promote the entire ecosystem here. So I'm going to integrate all of the great services and other projects. The whole point of this is not for me to even build these projects. I mean, if I don't build any of these projects in the end, that's fine. I just want to figure out a way to help facilitate educating people on tokenization and getting people together. So you'll see a lot of updates going on. In fact, it's been, there used to be nothing to talk about. There were like 3 projects that people were working on in the system. Now I don't even have a handle on what's going on fully with the ecosystem. So hopefully this tool will be a great way for me to actually stay on top of what's happening. So I encourage you to go there, submit your project ideas, and also submit. I have a section in there for, listing the technocratic threats and what solutions would be. In other words, you don't have to put up a whole project, but this is just identifying types of projects. And then maybe somebody comes to the site and says, oh yeah, that's a really good idea. Maybe I'll go create that. That's fine. The whole point is to generate ideas and to get people to think about tokenization. I've been doing this, tokenization thing since 2018, 2019. And once you really understand what it's all about, you realize it is truly revolutionary. It will revolutionize the entire economy, every aspect of the economy. And when I started with tokenization, it was with a blockchain called Ravencoin, and Patrick Byrne had gotten really into this. He was the CEO of Overstock.com, and he was actually pushing everything into tokenization. And they had brainstormed, he put together a thing called Medici Ventures, which was basically an investment vehicle for investing in a whole bunch of different blockchain companies. And they'd identified 160 different kinds of projects that could be tokenized. So the other thing that I'm hoping that comes out of this site is that people just start to understand and see these other projects, and it gets the creative juices flowing, because there are so many things that people could build. And I also encourage you to start looking at, look at AI and coding. This stuff it's amazing what is happening on the AI front as well. I think one of the biggest breakthroughs is going to be you don't have to be a dev to even create this stuff moving forward. Right now you do need to know, a little. You need to have some basics, but at the rate at which AI is progressing, even with coding, you're not going to have any coding experience probably within 12 months. So you'll be able to so if you can just think of an idea you'll be able to execute it without having to do hardcore programming. So in any event, keep all that in mind. So many different things that can be done here. And so that's the point of Freedom Forge. And I hope you take a look at the site, sign up for the site. Please give me feedback on the site. I know it's rough. There may be some things that aren't fully functional yet. Keep in mind, I call it alpha because this isn't even anything that I've publicly marketed yet or in any way, shape, or form as being anything other than, the stage that it's at. But I do want to get it cleaned up. And if you have some ideas that you think would make it better, please let me know. I do want to talk about a couple of other things that are on Freedom Forge. So a while ago, I was talking about doing a gold-backed stablecoin, and I actually had gotten pretty far along in this process. I was working with a group that had, I think, 11 different gold vaults across the United States, and they were fairly well distributed in different countries. I mean, some were in Asia, some were in, a lot were in Europe. And in the end, a couple of things happened. One, I saw Freedom Dollar, and I think Freedom Dollar is a better model because, again, there's nothing central to seize. It's algorithmically driven. I think that there are some features that are preferable. I still like the idea of backing a token with gold, but then as I've thought about it more, and by the way, when I'm saying this, I'm not even saying I'm doing this, but I do think this is something that should be built on Zano, which is a decentralized network of gold dealers. So get together, people that are willing to exchange their gold for Zano and Freedom Dollar, but keep it as a decentralized network working through a marketplace where there are no third parties. To me, that is a better way to go about doing it, because when I started the process of pursuing the gold-backed stablecoin, this was before the Genius Act. This was before, more importantly, the European government decided they wanted to make moves to ban privacy coins. Well, here's the issue that I had with the partner on the gold front. One of the issues that they were concerned about, based on where they were located, they were based in Europe, was they were concerned that they might lose their banking relationship for being involved in this project. This became a big concern. And so what I realized is, once I saw the EU moving in the direction of banning privacy coins, I could see where that project was going to go. And so I didn't want to be a sitting duck, in the middle of this situation where you could see the writing on the wall. And I wouldn't necessarily expect that this business would drop everything that they're doing and drop their entire, successful operation to take a bet on doing a gold-backed privacy token. So that's what happened with that project. So I'm taking the attention that I would have spent launching that and promoting other alternatives like, Freedom Dollar first, but then I suggest as a business opportunity to actually know some people that have a lot of contacts in the gold space to consider putting together a marketplace for precious metals, a decentralized marketplace for precious metals built on Zano, where people can trade with each other and use Zano and Freedom Dollar to make the transactions. So just to get back to where we are with Freedom Dollar, I mean, again, this is a home run project in my mind. There are 1.7 billion people that have no bank account. They can't have a bank account. And so, I mean, Freedom Dollar literally works on any $20 phone anywhere in the world with no ID, no credit check, no permission required. This is the opposite of what's going on in Ethiopia, for instance, where Ethiopia is now requiring that you have a digital ID to get a bank account. So there are people literally starving to death in Ethiopia. So, and the funny thing is, they claim that this digital ID thing is for financial inclusion, and yet, it's the opposite of this. There end up being people that suffer tremendously, in some cases actually die, because they're unable to get access to banking services. And so, while Silicon Valley debates NFTs and celebrity tokens, there are these 1.7 billion human beings that can't access basic financial services. And so this is where Freedom Dollar is a great solution for that. I mean, again, Freedom Dollar is applicable anywhere in the world. Anywhere that people are using stable coins, you'd be better off using Freedom Dollar. And I understand why people use stable coins, particularly people in countries outside of the US, where oftentimes what happens is they can't get access to either banking services at all, or they can't get access to dollars. And believe it or not, as bad as the dollar is, their fiat currency is even worse. So this is this is how dire the circumstance is that people are actually in a situation where they're clamoring for surveillance fiat tokens, but now there's a better way. So I truly see this as a solution that will bring economic freedom everywhere. I think I've touched on this. There really is some of the real key benefits of this is that you can see the supply. There is transparency and also privacy at the same time. And I think that is it's critically important. So you get really the best of all worlds. But most importantly, there's no kill switch. And all you have to do is, go to X, go to Google, just type, Tether and seizures, Tether and confiscated, Tether and, FBI or USDC and FBI. And you're going to find a whole list of seizures that have happened, and you're going to find some that are recent as of this week. It's kind of an ongoing thing that I have up in my feed. So this is a normal situation, and it was normal before the Genius Act, but it is only going to get worse. So, the one thing that I'll say about this is there will probably be an upgrade to Zano. The way that it works behind the scenes, it's not based on a DAO yet or a smart contract based system, but it is moving to that. This is something that Zano, because it's a privacy coin, it's difficult to create smart contracts on Zano itself. However, one way of looking at Zano is a blockchain that makes other blockchains private. So when you think about things like being able to bridge Ethereum into Zano, this may offer the ability to, in the future, create DAOs. So I see this as part of the roadmap that's likely going to happen with Freedom Dollar. Now, as I say that, I'm not affiliated directly with Freedom Dollar, so I'm actually only I'm only estimating at this point what's likely to be going on there, but that is something that I know some people have raised a concern about. My personal opinion is that DAOs have had kind of a rough track record. I think to a certain degree, it's better to maybe, before you lock something into a smart contract that can't be undone, maybe you get a little bit of experience and make sure you work out the kinks first. And I think that's probably what we're going to see happening with Freedom Dollar moving forward. So, and just in the overall landscape of things, what's going on right now with crypto and Bitcoin and the Bitcoin strategic reserve, the writing is on the wall here. Tether's in this interesting situation where they have, 150 billion, I don't even know what the number is now, of Tether, where they haven't been able to pass an audit. And at some point, there may very well be a crash, but I think Tether will be okay because they're going to be too big to fail because they have Howard Lutnick involved. But in any event, there's no big win here, because if these stable coins crash, that's going to be the impetus for bringing in a more even tightly controlled CBDC or tightly regulated tokenization system. To me, when you look at what's gone on just in the last 2 weeks with these digital IDs, clearly something is coming, and it is absolutely coordinated. It's undeniable that it's coordinated. Those 17 countries that just announced that they're rolling out digital IDs, they have the same 3 technology vendors, and they use the same PR firm, and they have the same marketing language. So this isn't a conspiracy theory. There has been a long strategy here to move towards an integrated global system with digital IDs and ultimately a single digital currency. It's just that it's happening in front of our face faster than anyone thought. I don't know how many of you were aware, maybe you listened to this podcast on Monday, that Mexico had a full QR code based biometric identity system that was going to be live for the entire country in Q1 of next year. and that it includes every job category. I mean, everything. There's no one left out of this whatsoever. Of course, that makes me wonder, why we're engaging in the war on drugs and bombing cartels, because presumably all of the cartel members will be on this biometric QR code system, right? But nevertheless, I didn't realize that. But then it occurred to me that when I was doing my book, that's when I discovered that a lot of what the World Bank and the IMF and these groups do is they will do testing in areas where the logistics are difficult and where they have more power, because they can use their power of the purse to kind of try to force a technology that might otherwise be unpopular. I would not have put Mexico at the top of the list of places where you would be likely to see a QR code based biometric ID system rolled out for the entire country in this time period. But here we are. And that is a reality. And it is also a reality that I'm hearing that the EU may not allow American citizens to travel there without going through some sort of ID verification process. I mean, so the travel situations here are starting to become pretty bleak, but this is coordinated. And it's something that has been in the works for a long time. But people have to understand that the technology exists. We're going from, this was an idea that people thought would be, in their own mind, a good idea. Obviously, we probably think it's more dystopian, but it went from something that was just an idea to something that they now have absolutely the technology to be able to implement. And then you add AI on top of that, and it makes it that much easier to roll out. So we are in the 9th inning on all of this stuff, which is why it is absolutely critical to start moving to solutions today. But the solutions exist. You can use Freedom Dollar right now. And again, I'll send you, go to theaarondayshow.com, register for an account, and that will put your email in the system. And then I will pick, I'll pick 20 out of the first 100, and I will send you $11 worth. And you can see for yourself how easy it is to use, with the Zebec Mastercard. And I mentioned at the outset that it uses 99% less energy, for instance, than Bitcoin. And this is largely because of the hybrid proof of work, proof of stake model. And so that will only get better over time. So, I'm not saying that, I think the climate change thing is a manufactured crisis. Nevertheless, what's going on now with the increasing demand on the electrical grid and the increase in electricity prices, that's going to profoundly affect proof of work. And so this is a big advantage for FUSD. I'm seeing some questions. Do you recommend Cake Wallet for interacting with Zano? So I recommend, I actually use all of them. I recommend Cake, I recommend Edge, Bitcoin.com. But actually for today, what I was talking about with FUSD, I actually recommend you use the Zano mobile wallet, the official Zano mobile wallet, because you either need to use the Zano mobile wallet or the desktop wallet to integrate with Zebec to load the card. So for that particular purpose, but there are different reasons that I use different wallets. So I actually literally do use all of them. And so I don't have one that I necessarily recommend over the others, but I actually will say that I like all of them, and the people behind all of those wallets are absolutely solid. Vic is great. Vic at Cake Wallet is great. They were the first outside wallet to integrate Zano, and Cake is really kind of the OG wallet for privacy coins. So Monero and many other privacy coins are built into Cake Wallet. So I have nothing bad to say at all about Cake, and I have profound respect for every single one of the wallet providers in this space. And so, my approach on this is I want to promote the entire ecosystem, and you'll see that at Freedom Forge as well. And I, there may come a time where, there are people that enter the ecosystem that are not aligned. They're just getting involved, whatever, opportunistically, just to add another coin or whatever. But at this point, every one of the wallets, the people that are behind those projects are really dedicated to peer-to-peer digital commerce as an actual use case, and all very focused on and fully appreciating the importance of privacy. So I recommend them all, and try them out and see which one you like, or keep them all. You know what I mean? Like I said, it's not that complicated to manage. How hard is it to have 4 apps on your phone, 4 more apps on your phone. Is it really that big a deal at this point? So as I said, you can go to theaarondayshow.com, and I'm going to keep this open. And if you're listening to this, there's still time. I mean, I don't expect a lot of people to sign up. Usually, we have 2,300 people on here now, but most people are not in front of their computer or, whatever, probably not going to even remember necessarily the URL. So if you're hearing this and it's, days and days after the podcast, there very well may still be some sign up opportunities. So don't let that deter you, but nevertheless, don't let this giveaway stop you from trying it yourself. If you have another cryptocurrency, it's very easy to swap other cryptocurrencies for Zano and also for Freedom Dollar directly. You can find that on Freedom Forge as well. I recommend the one I use the most is Exolix, but there are some others that are great as well. And so I recommend that you, just test it out. If you have some other cryptocurrencies, put $25, $50 into, Zano and Freedom Dollar just to test it out, see how it works, test out. This setup process for this Zebec thing was amazing. Again, I've been burned with crypto debit cards in the past for a whole variety of reasons. Either they stop working abruptly, or they don't work with the coins that you want, or the fees are high, or it takes time to load, or whatever it happens to be. This is the best overall experience in terms of the setup, how quick it is to load. So I encourage you to check it out. And again, it for as little as $10, $10 is the minimum load. And you can either use a one-time debit card or a reloadable debit card. So that choice is yours as well. But I would recommend checking it out. And I would say, choose now, because this is, again, and I'd love to see, I keep on asking people to counter what I'm saying on this, to try to sell me some story on how we're not moving headfirst into technocracy. And once you see these data points, I think you have to start taking action. You now, like, this is not one of those, well, I'm going to sit on this, or we'll see. I mean, look, $10, $20, just try it. This is not a, pump and dump or buy this, or, buy this and hold it. I'm just saying, test out and go through the process of getting $10 to $20 worth of this privacy cryptocurrency and spend it. And then once you go through that process and you realize what it's all about, then you'll get deeper into the ecosystem. I mean, I didn't just jump headfirst into this either. I've spent, thousands of hours at this point involved in tokenization and Zano and other projects and everything. And the more you learn about it, you'll get various eureka points throughout the experience. And then you're like, oh, wow, yeah, we really can recreate an entire decentralized private economy outside of all of these systems. We don't have to comply with this. We don't have to put up with these people that, have been poisoning us and trying to take more and more control away. We don't have to deal with that. We can completely build and create outside of it. So those are basically the stakes. So that's all I've got. Let's see here. That's 2 hours. So that's reasonable time frame. I didn't even have time. Usually I invite some people to join the Q&A, but I'm going to put a StreamYard link in the comments. And so if you want to hop in for the Q&A and ask any questions about what we talked about tonight, about Freedom Dollar, about the Zano ecosystem, if you have any questions about the Aaron Day Show site or Freedom Forge, or any other questions that you might have related to technocracy, it's an open format. I haven't had to boot anyone yet, and so usually we have some very lively discussions in here. But I encourage you also to like and share this post, and really to try it. I'm at the point right now where there is no more. I'm not warning people. I was warning people when I started. Roger wasn't facing what Roger was facing when this happened. I wrote my book, before what happened to him happened. And there's a whole section in there warning about the government's going to come and do this. Now that was 3 years ago. And so now we're going through this, and there's no more warning. I'm actually now finding that doing that podcast on Monday about digital ID, I think the thing that even I was struck by, as someone who spends all of his time on technocracy and alternative solutions, I was not aware of how fast digital ID was proliferating all over the world. I had no idea. I didn't realize what was going on in Mexico, the other 17 countries. And I think if the UK thing hadn't happened, we might not have known about a lot of this other stuff, because it had actually just kind of moved away from people's radar. So so this is tough. So I'm getting some good comments from people that want to actually have me on other shows to talk about Freedom Dollar. I mean, that's the other thing as well. I mean, I always want to talk about, I want to introduce as many people to this as possible. So if there are other podcasts or whatever, other communities that you think would be interested in this, I'm always open to going on and educating people. What I've found, and most of the people that I talk to are not people that are already in the crypto community. And this is actually a good thing, as it turns out, because the number of people that are actually using crypto for day-to-day purchases is less than 0.5%. But there are a lot of people that woke up, during the COVID era, and they weren't thinking about money. They weren't thinking about the Federal Reserve. They may not have huge technical background, but that's actually been more beneficial, because people that are already involved in crypto for a long time and they're married to their bag or whatever, and some of the stuff has turned into, like, as you know, religious cultism. It's harder to convince somebody that's already in crypto to even look at something new than it is to talk to new people that haven't been tainted by a lot of the infighting. So I'm perfectly happy to talk to new groups. This is for everyone. Freedom Dollar is not just for people in crypto. This is for people everywhere in the world who want economic freedom. And so it is not limited, and it's also not limited by any kind of technological barrier. If you have a $20 phone, you can use Freedom Dollar. There's no high cost of entry. This is not like an elite techie club type of situation. This is about economic freedom. So I've traveled all over the US. I'm increasingly traveling to other countries. This is a global threat that we face with technocracy. So, even if you have groups that you might think, you'd be surprised at some of the groups that I've talked to that have really taken to this, where you would have thought they would have had no interest in it whatsoever. And so we need to wake up as many people as we can. And so if you know some people that are starting to catch on, please send them my way. This is 100% of where I am spending my time and effort these days. I do consider this to be an existential threat to free will, and that if we don't stop this, we will lose free will. I mean, we will lose the ability to make any kind of decision whatsoever in our life. I do see comments. I've sent a couple of StreamYard links around. We'll see if anyone pops up. Have a conversation with Catherine Austin Fitts, because she thinks crypto is a pump and dump. She's probably right with Bitcoin stablecoins. I have talked to Catherine Austin Fitts. I've spoken with her quite a bit. I've spoken with her about Bitcoin. And, I do need to speak with her some more, but, she did a great job of covering hijacking Bitcoin. She had Steve Patterson, the co-author of Hijacking Bitcoin, on there. And we've had conversations about, she's right about Bitcoin. She is right about, I think her view is that Bitcoin's kind of a pump and dump, and that the people that are pushing it are going to, basically dump their Bitcoin and use it to buy physical assets, to buy land and to buy other things. I don't think that she's wrong about that, and not wrong about stablecoins either. I think she may not be as up to. So this is one of those things where crypto is not all bad, and it's tough. This is the tough part to weed out, because there's nuance, but it's just kind of like, I also don't think AI is bad. Again, there's the freedom and the tyranny aspect to all of these different things. Unfortunately, what's dominating in these tech areas is the tyranny aspect of it. And so that's unfortunate, but that doesn't mean that there isn't a freedom aspect to it. So I had Mike Adams on, and I'll have him on again as well. And he just launched his Enoch AI, which he has spent $1.5 million, $2 million of his own dollars to train his AI on completely different data sets than you are going to find with Grok or X or any of these others. And by the way, if Elon Musk tries to tell you that X is, is open to everything, you'll just look at the results. watch what happens when you do a search, right? What is it? Sure, the New York Times, WebMD. I mean, it's all the same. It's the same, data sources. It does a better job of like collating the information, but you have to really push. I learned that when I was doing the fast, and I kept on asking it questions. It's like, well, we don't recommend this. It's not healthy to do this past such and such a date. I'm like, oh, based on what data? Based on what studies? Oh, it didn't have any studies. And then I'm like, oh, well, then it's like, well, but the independent review board would probably think that it's too dangerous to even try to do studies. So it's actually, it has its own set of data that it's trained on, and then it has its own censorship algorithm on top of that. But what Mike has produced is trained on completely different data, and it's data that he's taken an approach to all of his health related information and other information, and even got into Chinese medicine and went and had some information translated, had books translated from Chinese into English, and trained the data set on this. So this is data that's never touched any of these other systems, that none of these other systems have been trained on. So this is a good thing. I mean, the ability to expand your knowledge and to increase the number of decisions that you can make is a good thing. Unfortunately, the way that these larger systems are working is they don't want you to necessarily use these systems to make decisions, but they want to use these systems to make decisions for you, and that's actually the more important part. But with crypto, it's kind of the same thing. Crypto could be great if you have freedom dollar. I mean, freedom dollar is like cash, but for the entire world. Private, low fees, low energy utilization. That's a great thing. A CBDC, or a government regulated stablecoin, on the other hand, is the complete lack of economic freedom. It's money that's completely programmable and completely controlled by third parties and can be shut off arbitrarily at any point in time. So again, two different sides of the same technology. I'm a technology optimist, but I'm also realistic in terms of assessing where we are in terms of the overall war of technocracy versus freedom, which is we're not winning. And I'm not saying that to be demoralizing. We can win, but we're not going to win if people don't start adopting these solutions. But if you have a business, if you have an online business, start taking Freedom Dollar and Zano today. Hey, Clarence, how are you?
Oh, okay.
Good to see you.
You too. Got a question if you want to hear one.
Sure.
All right. Quite the echo. I did subscribe on your Air Day show. I presume you get an email, but nothing happened.
Did you get an email? You should get a confirmation email. Well, we can take that offline. You can certainly reach me at well, you have my I think we exchanged details. You should have me on the phone as well, so you can reach out to me and I can certainly. What you should do is register. It may be that the subscribe button is different than register. So register for an account. So you can go to the aarondayshow.com/register and create an account, and then that way I'll have everyone in there, and we'll do a random draw and send emails out to the winners. So I'll put the exact link in there as well. So it's the Aaron Day Show /register. I mean, subscribe should get you will get you on the email list too if it's working, but I'm seeing that will also get you on the list. Either way, you will be in a database that I can look from. But I actually haven't tested the subscribe button lately. It did work when I put it up there, but I've been kind of, my development approach is a little not ideal, I guess, let's just say, but it is what it is. I guess go fast and break things is definitely the approach.
Okay, I do see that the register link and the subscribe button are different. So, okay.
It goes to the same place. So on my end, I see the same thing. Oh, looks like we actually have some comments on the Aaron Day Show site. This is great to see also. So people are actually going to the aarondayshow.com and live streaming this on the website. Right now, this is just the YouTube channel, but I do have an ability to stream directly from my own server just in case. So the elites have no interest in solving the problems of ordinary citizens. That's true. Woohoo, FUSD. Anyone interested in connecting? Here we go. So we've got we've got some people having a great conversation. Bit of an oxymoron to demo private coins using an iPhone. Well, that's an interesting one. And that is kind of, I do go around publicly showing myself using these privacy coins, but the good news is good luck for finding my transactions. I mean, you know who I was. My handle, my alias on Zano is @Aaron. So if you want to send me any Zano, that's my address @Aaron. Or if you want to send Freedom Dollar, you can send it to @Aaron. Even though my address, good luck finding any of the transactions. That's the beauty of the way Zano works. So we actually have something that's easy to use, but it still retains its privacy. Yeah, I did get a little sidetracked. I could do a better job of organizing these Q&As. I should make sure I've got people that are kind of regular. At least one person that's kind of an anchor for each of the episodes, but this week was got away from me a bit. But anyway, I'll go through some of the other comments, and if you have any other questions, please feel free to either join and jump up or submit them in writing. Either way. Why did it say the USD value of the FUSD was 0? That may have been either an earlier version of the wallet, or I don't know if the wallet actually makes a call to CoinGecko or whatever to get the price. So,
is it the assumption that one Freedom Dollar is worth $1?
Yes. Yes, it's pegged to the dollar, pegged to the US dollar. And I know a lot of people say, look, long term, it would be great to stop using anything even pegged to the dollar, but that's not going to be a short-term thing that's going to happen. So this gives you the ability to have the stability of things priced in dollars, which things are globally still priced in dollars. It is the global reserve currency for now, whether we like it or not, but this is a way for you to preserve that stability in pricing, but without having to support treasuries and without having to have all of your financial transactions public for everyone in the world to see.
So when you use a Zebec card and you spend $100 and that's worth however many Zano it's worth, is the Zebec people, they're fronting you $100? Are they selling Zano to pay for that, or?
Yeah, you load the Zano onto the card. So yeah, there's some transaction that's involved. I don't know what exactly they do on their end with the FUSD or the Zano. I'm not sure what their process is, but you just basically at whatever the market rate is, you load the Mastercard with whatever the current market price is for Zano and $1 for the Freedom Dollar, and it's instant. So I'm not sure. I'd be curious to find out how it works on the back end, because oftentimes with these other debit cards, there's a lot of delay. And I know sometimes the delay has been problematic. I've had cryptocurrencies where the price was volatile and I went to go load a debit card and it took 3 hours and the price changed. And I didn't know exactly how much I was going to get on the other end. The process of loading this card is instant. Like literally you connect your mobile wallet or your desktop wallet to Zebec, and then you Oh, by the way, there's a cap. You can only load, depending on which card you choose, $1,000 at a time. It's not $1,000 maximum for the day, but it's $1,000 maximum in one transaction. But it's instant. It shows up in the wallet instantly. And that's, as far as I know, that's very uncommon.
That sounds good. That's a, I mean, that's a must in order to get usage. That's similar to, I've been using Dash gift cards recently, and that's, you know, you're standing at the cash register and it works right then. So this is even better because you can do it ahead of time, but you're going through a credit card to do it.
Yeah, and like I said, I don't know if you caught this part. The only issue that I had was there were a couple of instances where it asked for a PIN number, and there is no PIN number. So there's no place for you to set a PIN number. And so a couple of places asked for a PIN. And so the first couple of times, like, oh, it just doesn't work here. So it was a gas station. And then I had an issue at Whole Foods even. And then I reached out to the Zebec people and they said, hey, just use the last 4 digits of the card. And I have had no issues since. So literally I've had 100% success rate, which by the way, is not the case with some of these other crypto debit cards. I've been places where I got stuck, which is why I had to have multiple debit card options. And it really is like playing a video game sometimes living on crypto, where it's like, you got to plan out, you know, how you're going to go about doing these transactions. When you go to, either Freedom Forge and you go through the start with Freedom Dollar, or you go to the Zano List YouTube. And I do recommend, I'm going to put it in the comments again, zanolist.com, but also the Zano List YouTube channel. They have great content that really formatted into, like, you know, 1, 2, 5, 8 minute, you know, videos on really specific topics. One of the things that they had in there, and I haven't even done all of this, you know, you can use like an eSIM card. So, I mean, there's a way to set up Zebec where you're not using your phone number or your real address. So, I mean, it's essentially, it's a private debit card that you're loading your private stablecoin and crypto to, that's completely unheard of. So, I wasn't going to play that. I had it queued up and I figured, well, most people are just listening to that. And so that would be a bad thing to kind of go through. But Zano List, the YouTube channel, has that video, and it's pretty powerful to see that, you know, you can do that. You can preserve your privacy even with a debit card. Hey, Craig, how are you?
Good. How are you guys?
Good.
Good. Sound good?
Yep.
Okay, great. Yeah, great stuff tonight. I haven't talked to you in a couple of days, but great show the other night on Monday night with the digital ID. I mean, it's just mind-boggling, right? And then, you know, great follow-up tonight with a lot of actionable stuff. So I can't wait to try this debit card out. I'm like really excited. That's going to be something I'm going to do for sure before the start of next week. I can't wait to load it up and see what I can do with it. So,
well, the key was, you know, the ability to do it with the mobile wallet. And so, you know, my son, you know, I don't know, probably shouldn't give out this information, but whatever. You know, he was at Pork Fest and he sold some cookies, and like 2 years ago, and for Zano, and just held on to the Zano, or I held on to it for him for a while. And then all of a sudden, you know, it did pretty well. It went up 5, 7, 8x, whatever. And then it's like, oh yeah, you know, he's 15 now. He has a Mastercard. And he's able to, you know, do whatever, buy his Roblox or whatever, Robux, whatever it is. But he figured it out himself. I sent him the Zano List video, and it's like, oh, you know, 5 minutes later, he was up and at it. So now, he's never had a bank account. So I hope to keep that going. We'll see how long I can keep that going.
well, so how well can you function with that? Like, you know, with this debit card, can you move, like if you needed to move multiple thousands? I mean, is there any limit, or can you load it up with whatever you want? I mean, or do you regularly reload it, or what's kind of what have you found is the best process for doing that, to use it for everyday, you know, living and stuff?
I mean, I keep nothing in fiat. And so I literally will load stuff as I need it, and it drives everybody nuts. And I'm not saying this is even necessarily the best use case, but With the particular Zebec card now, you can load $1,000 at a time. I don't know what the limit is per one day, but it's $1,000 chunks. There is another level of the card that goes beyond that, and I'll have to. In fact, let me pull up what that is. There are different levels.
And
where are you looking,
talking
Aaron?
about you don't keep any money on the card, but you still keep it in Freedom Dollars.
Either Freedom Dollars or Zano.
Right.
I kind of, so there's a Zebec Silver. Let me put the link in the chat. Zebec Silver is what I'm currently using, and I think that's what's available. I don't know if this other Zebec Carbon is available yet. I'm looking forward to it. I think it is coming in some form, but if you go to card.zebec.com, you will see that there's the Carbon card. You can spend up to $10,000 per day. By the way, I forgot to mention there are no fees with this either, and it works with multiple cryptocurrencies. And they actually have something called the Zebec Black. So if you're looking to spend more than $10,000 per day, you have that option as well. So I'm psyched about this. I mean, this is I'm looking forward to hopefully getting the black card at some point.
That's card.zebec.io.
Card.zebec.io. That's the site that gives you the description of the different card levels. And again, these things integrate with Apple Pay and Google Pay. So the very first time that I used it, I loaded, and this is the greatest thing, that you can load as little as $10. And so I know, just to test it, I think the first time $20, and I went with the kids and we went to Dunkin' Donuts to buy coffee and just did touch to pay. It was instant. So I was excited about it just because it was fast to load and fast to use, and there was no hassle. Usually I've had issues with this. Oh, look at this. We have I am for I am. How are you?
Probably having problems with my sound.
Like the background.
Thanks. Hold on here. Let me get the volume down. Come on. Can you hear me all right? Sorry about that.
Yep. Are you there?
Yeah, you know what? There's a really bad delay. What's going on there? Hang on. Let me get back out and come back in.
Okay.
Yeah, I think what I might do, Aaron, is offer this as a subscription for my show, and just more than anything, right? It'll be fun to take people through the process, go through it myself, ask you some questions, and then go through it and just, do a subscriber service, I think it's actually more the process of forcing people to do this, you know what I mean? And having a reason to do it than actually the subscription. I think there's that much value in it, So this is great.
Yeah. And I think moving forward, it may vary a little bit just based on whatever the news is, but I think I'm going to dedicate the Thursday podcast to solutions. Cause obviously I could go, and this was one on Freedom Dollar, but there are so many things now in the Zano ecosystem that I could do one every week for a while. And at the rate things are developing, that's hopefully not not going to change, and hopefully improve the delivery of it and get the links out, maybe beforehand. But it's exciting that we have usable tools. Again, the Zebec thing and Freedom Dollar are game changers for onboarding people and for adoption. There you are. Is there a delay
there
now?
Go.
Perfect.
Yeah. Everyone can hear me now. Okay.
Yeah. Sounds
good.
Great.
Yeah. No delays. We're all good. Good show tonight, Aaron. I'm sorry I'm interrupting your conversation there. Go ahead and finish and I'll jump in.
No, I think we were at a stopping point. Go ahead.
All right. No, I wanted to stop in real quick and good news, bad news on Roger Ver, and I had to throw up this background real quick. Congratulations to Roger. He can, it's a tentative deal. Hopefully they'll keep their word. Roger will keep his. And he can go on with his life. I hope it gets settled and finishes off, and maybe even he can go visit his family in California, his parents he hasn't seen in over a decade. So that's what I'm hoping for, and that we get behind him, irregardless of the outcome or what he has to pay. I'm not going to argue those points. I think he was wronged. But at one point or another, I guess sooner or later, you're going to have to just throw in the towel because they have the big guns. And I can't imagine living a life not knowing if they're going to SWAT his place where he's living there on that island in Spain, never knowing he was going to get extradited and face 109 years in prison. I can certainly understand and sympathize with him for, coming to some kind of settlement, which is even harsh. $48 million. Before even the laws existed of, was Bitcoin a currency? Was it a security? Was it a property? The market wasn't even large enough back then. But irregardless of all of that, congrats to Roger for getting this settled, and he can go on and live a peaceful life.
Yeah, and I don't know any details outside of that. I think that my guess is that New York Times article was probably not planned, because I think I would have heard about it. I would have heard about this some other way, so I wouldn't have even talked about it. But I'm like, okay, if the New York Times reported on it, then at this point I should at least tell people that the New York Times article's out there, right? Otherwise, it's like, oh well, you've been working on this every day. Now this news story's out. You're not even going to talk about it. But I don't have any details. I haven't talked to Roger about it.
Right.
So
nor have I.
So. So I'm guessing that means something in and of itself. So I'm going to just, plow forward, but certainly I'm grateful. Very grateful.
Yeah. It's certainly not over yet. It's a tentative deal. So let's see if, can finalize it, but, I'll raise my glass to Roger here for coming to some kind of agreement. Maybe he can actually go home.
Yeah, that would be terrific. And I can't imagine what he's gone through. Usually I would do a check of how many days it's been. I haven't even done that in a while. It was over 500, I think, last time I checked, and just a crazy situation. And it's not done until it's done. And so so I said, I haven't talked to him about this. I haven't talked to him about the New York Times article. And, as far as I'm concerned, it's done when he's actually home.
Right.
So I'll talk to him about it then, I guess.
But a good show tonight, Aaron. I was listening in between dinner and chores and all that good stuff. And then, of course, I had to tell the missus about Roger. And step away and listen a little bit more to your thing. But I keep doing what you're doing, Aaron, and gotta keep knocking on those doors and waking people up to the tyranny that is right around the corner. I'm fearful that it's going to get so authoritative to maintain control. We'll see what happens.
Yeah, I did an interview with somebody this morning, and who has just recently come to the conclusion, after being heavily involved in a long time, that we can't vote our way out. I mean, he's somebody that I've known from a political thing, and he's like, you were saying this I didn't believe it, and then he finally had a moment, and now, of course, all of his friends and all of his family think he's nuts, which is the first kind of phase that you go through. But once you see it, you can't unsee it. But what I've been struck by is I got caught off guard by the digital ID rollout. And then when that happens, I like to think that I'm on top of this stuff. And then when I get blindsided by it, then I'm kind of like, I just feel like there's an avalanche here, and there's nothing stopping it. There's zero friction stopping it. And what's weird, the Democrats aren't trying to stop it. The Republicans aren't trying to stop it. There's no opposition to it. There's no knowledge of it. But even when the knowledge of it is out there, there's always there must be some 5-dimensional chess or something behind it.
Yeah. Well, I just think that who we think is in control is not in control, and that agenda has been moving the ball that direction for quite some time, and who knows if it was really slowed down in 2016 with that election or not. I don't know. I have my doubts. Either way you look at it, now I've come down that path as well, that we can't vote harder and fix this from within, as you and I have talked about in the past and agree. But I've gotten to the point now that is it segregation? Is it separation? If we can't change the system, you can wake up so many minds and so many people to what's happening, but the majority probably aren't going to realize it. And if economically speaking, if we have more automation and AI takes more white collar jobs, I don't know who will rise up, and will they rise up and will they still look to the government? And ironically, we have a government shutdown right now. So there are people that work for the government who don't have a paycheck, but yet that's the safe, sound job that you have. I think when I was a kid, it was like, oh yeah, it's good you work for the federal government, but it was more like, yeah, I work for the federal government. What was that? What'd you say? It was more kind of almost shamed a little bit, rather than being in the private sector.
Yeah, well, they'll get. I'm sure they'll get their back pay, but again, the problem, I think the problem that we've learned is that a lot of people got excited about Doge. They got excited even by what Curtis Yarvin said with Rage, and whatever. And it does sound good because there's they've identified the right problem. Like, I'm not going to state that, yeah, we need to get rid of all of this. The problem is that they're getting rid of all of it because they plan on bringing in technocracy. And this is the piece that people are missing. And this is the piece that Maha is missing. And I think that the health freedom movement, their hope is being weaponized against them. And they're essentially being used to bring in technocracy. And I'm struggling to communicate that. And these are a lot of my, I would consider myself as having been in that. My wife, even more so, being involved with medical freedom as far back as 2006. These are the most dedicated, passionate activists you will ever find, are people in the medical freedom community. But I think that they're stuck. And as my wife pointed out, there were people early on that were fighting the vaccine thing early. And we got the vaccine, that 1986 vaccine liability shield. And the people that were advocating at the time were duped into thinking that was a good deal, which of course it wasn't. And now I feel like we're heading into the same path where we might get some concessions on one thing, but we're ushering in wearables and AI and something much worse that's completely incompatible with medical freedom, what's being explored. And Craig is going to be on the roundtable with me, this thing on October the 22nd at 6 o'clock. This is going to be a big one. I don't know where you are on this, Craig, but I've been doing a ton of research on this. And this is one of those things where it's like, here's another thing that I overlooked, how bad things are marching. Not in the future, but now, even AI, the integration of AI with health insurance and everything, not future things. Present things that I was unaware of.
Well, it's even things, I even think things that, we think everything's in the present, but I think there's things that were done 2, 3, 4, 5 years ago that we don't even realize occurred and how bad they are. You know what I'm saying? Like, we think future, we think now, but there's already stuff that was done that's just atrocious. And I think it's way worse than what we could have ever even imagined. I'm finding this is terrible, Aaron, from the research I'm doing and the stuff I'm seeing. Like, it's as bad as the currency side. We know that the currency, they control us. I think this healthcare thing it's worse than I ever imagined it was. And I'm glad that we're doing this. It's just that, this panel almost can't come quick enough because I can't wait to just unleash on a few things and see where the panel stands on some stuff. And it's really bad, really bad.
Yeah, the Maha movement didn't get us really anywhere.
No, it did, but I want to be careful because the people are really passionate and well-intentioned. So the question is, how do you, we need their energy. Because I've wondered, when in all of the political stuff that I've done in New Hampshire, there's always been the medical freedom segment to it. Even if it's not a medical freedom issue, they're always on the right side, and they're eager to get involved, and they're the best activists on these other issues. And their energy is now 100% diverted. And I would say it's diverted in the belief that we have to support Bobby. We have to support this and wait and see what happens. They are buying into the, well, we don't know much about politics, and so, we just have to trust the plan. And they're getting duped. And I don't know this. Right. I'm not even saying that it's Bobby Kennedy that's intentionally duping them. I think he's duped too, right? I mean,
absolutely.
And so the problem is I think we're learning on this call and over the last few weeks, we are completely out of time. Yeah. Right. I mean, when I look at this, I mean, I put the pieces together on this when I studied the CBDC thing again. Why are they doing? When you look at the early countries for CBDC rollout, they're not the obvious choice. We're going to do 8 countries in the Eastern Caribbean. We're going to do Nigeria. We're going to do this. We're going to do this. Why were those the first? And then you realize, because they have a global plan, this is a test case where they can push extreme buttons and work through logistical issues. And so to me, the most frightening aspect of what's going on with digital ID is what's going on in Thailand. Because when they tie your digital ID to your SIM card, and then that means that if you don't have a digital ID, all the other SIM cards go away. There are no burner phones. There's no potential for subverting that system. To me, that is the lead horse in what we can expect. So this is what I'm looking at when I see these things. And so honestly, I don't know that. I think that when you talk to people that are thinking about doing alternatives, what are they saying? Well, I'll have a de-Googled phone, or I'll do this. Well, you know what? This takes that off the table. We're going to have to go back to the drawing board on that. That's actually what that says to me.
Well, because it now limits your access to the internet, or it limits what you can see on the internet. There's all kinds of filters that are going to come on that. Where you went through on your phone to the internet, now your whatever government services are turned off, or your bank account, or whatever, your fines, you can't have a job, because it all turns into that. It's deathly scary. And I guess that's kind of, we're not going down that road too much, but that's why I said that maybe segregation and separation from all of that and government and overreach and the tyranny, I don't know where you can separate. I'll go to a rural ranch here in Texas maybe, but how far and what can I do from that point? I'm still going to have to either get feed for cows or cattle or whatever, or sell eggs, or who knows what. I'm still going to have to interact with the system to some degree, or they're going to come knocking anyway. I don't know how you escape it. I don't know, you go where you're treated best, you can vote with your feet. Where in the world can you vote with your feet and still have that freedom, that liberty, and the ability to search what you want on your phone and the internet, or access to what you want? And there's too many people are just going to roll over and say, well, I guess that's just the way it is.
Yeah, I mean, the problem is you can't hide from it. Once you understand that it's global, and then you look at what's going on with the surveillance aspect of it, because again, this has been a big part of this, is there have been people that have said, hey, I'm going to just go hide and have a wood in the cabins. That's not an option. That's actually not viable at all. But on the other hand, their system requires, it pretty much assumes and requires almost complete participation. So this is why we've got to sync the system with a bunch of people independently, breaking off and doing whatever it is that they're going to do. This is why I launched this first principles thing at theaarondayshow.com, which we're still in the stages of forming. But I think that part of the issue is that we haven't figured out governance. We haven't figured out governance at all, period. I mean, we have to have some humility about the fact that, there's something we didn't get right here. There were some great ideas in the founding here, which isn't to take away from that, but obviously something got distorted. But then you start looking at things like, oh, well, how much have we learned? And then you look at what happened with Bitcoin in a 15-year period of time, and you say, well, Did we learn anything? So, yeah. So maybe we need to go back to the drawing board and talk about some of this stuff from first principles. But nobody's talking about things from first principles. The technocrats already have a worldview in mind, and it's actually not a worldview that I think the majority of people would agree with, but they're not even presented with what the worldview is. So the worldview being about determinism, about, really the absence of free will, something that's completely materialistic in nature, that's embedded within the ideology of technocracy. Most people don't agree with that, but they don't know that that's what it's about. They're looking at this as, oh, these guys are going to be the saviors, and Elon Musk builds cool technology. And so technocracy, that kind of sounds like technology, and he builds cool stuff. So what could go wrong? And that's not what this is about.
Well, we are such a divided nation, and we're a divided people around the world as well, especially when you start traveling abroad, you even see it there. But because we're here in America, we can speak to that. Look at the Second Amendment. Look at how we're divided on that. If you want to call the Second Amendment a first principle, the right to bear arms, is it? I don't know. And are we going to settle on that principle? Which way are we going to settle on that principle? Or are we going to still be divided in that camp, just on that one item alone of personal safety, personal protection? I don't know. And how many people have the cognitive ability to even have a cogent argument about the Second Amendment principle or how about first principles? I don't know. How many of these people can we actually live with and commingle with, and who will agree on a first principle? And then at the next level is, of course, the governance. I kind of think like, talking about first principles, we're maybe 1760 before even the discussion of breaking away in the colonies. We're 15 years ahead of that, but we don't have 15 years to solve this issue or to get enough people to rise up to say, hey, no, I don't want digital ID. No, I don't want this or that. It's quite terrifying, to be honest with you. And when you look at your children and your grandchildren, you wonder what kind of life that they're going to live in, and what role did we play to stop it or not stop it? What example did we provide for our friends and family and neighbors and our children and grandchildren to say, well, I raised up, I stopped, I did what I could. Well, did you? I don't know. But yeah, first principles is a great start. The sad thing is we could get, that could be a quagmire. We could be fighting in the trenches on what first principles we agree on and be bogged down on that while they're moving at the light speed, and government doesn't move at light speed. It's very slow. But it's a lot faster now, maybe with the technology that and the endless dollars that they have to spend.
Well, I think government moves slow because they want us to perceive that it moves slow. I think it moves fast in a lot of ways. It's the perception. They want us to think of the $700 hammer. They don't, again, this is why all these, the Palantirs and the Facebook, all these things get basically paid for by the government. It moves very fast, so they move at the speed they want. And, back to your Second Amendment, one of the things I've noticed lately is, here's what I think we're in a war. We talk about that. And the key is, when we fought for our freedom, supposedly, right, in that 1770 to, 80 some time frame, that window of time, we didn't fight like they fought. It was guerrilla warfare. And so for me, trading in the markets, like what I've found is these algorithms are very, very sophisticated and they're very fast. Like today, I actually was trading gold a lot, on the short side here. And I ended up trying to buy this evening in the gold market. I bought it coming in with a couple, still pretty small trades, because it was after hours. And it moves so fast. There was an $8 move in the gold market, faster than my eyes blinked, because I dropped an order in there. So it was responding to my order, right? 8 billion people on planet Earth. And here I sit, you know what I mean? And it responded. There's no doubt. I see this all the time. So the key is this technology and these algorithms are so fast, and we're right on the verge of getting to the point where we're not going to understand, our intuition will be gone, because the algorithms will be driving everything, right? Think about that. You get you see patterns. We're pattern type people. We see patterns, and you see something fall over here, and pretty soon you're like, oh, I know why that fell, because whatever, this guy didn't put his stuff back on his picnic table and the wind blew it over, and so you can figure things out. With these algorithms, you can't figure it out. You know what I mean? This is beyond what our brains can handle. So that's what I see. One, I watch this in the markets and I watch that. And then the way I approach the markets is like a guerrilla warfare, right? Like I watch 30 different markets and I come at them all from different angles. So I might be in the gold market for 15 or 20 minutes, take a couple trades, and then I move over to the crude oil market or the natural gas market. And that way they have no idea where you're coming from. You're hitting, it's like just constant jab in the nose, jab in the nose, jab in the nose. You're not going to left hook them. You're not going to take you're not going to knock these guys out. But, you go back to the GameStop, you go back to these things. And I want to introduce that because when you bring up the Second Amendment, one of the things that I noticed recently, a friend of mine, I've wanted to get a couple suppressors for a couple weapons that I have. And, it's a $200 tax stamp and it's a 6 to 9 month waiting period. It's going down to 3 days and no $200 tax stamp. So it's almost like they want us to get these things, right? It's almost like they're trying to set us up to make civil war easy. And then you see people out there, the Pasobics and the other people, they're instigating, right? These movies and they're promoting this stuff. So, if we don't realize what's going on, we're going to end up fighting each other while this technocracy rolls through like a steamroller. You know what I mean? And they're going to just sit there and watch us take each other out. You know what I mean? And instead of going on the offensive, like what Aaron's talking about is great. You know what I mean? Trying to figure out how to, get on another system and get preoccupied with something other than fighting each other in a civil war. So, I mean, this is our big battle, right? Is just getting people to, in my mind, getting people to realize where we're at and what can we do to occupy our minds other than hatred and anger towards some other stupid thing that we're not creating. We have, and I know it sounds so simple. We talk about this stuff all the time, but I think this guerrilla warfare tactic is good. If we can come at them from different angles, I think we stand a chance, but if we play in their lane, we're going to get steamrolled, so right. Hopefully some of those things, sink in, and maybe you guys have some comments in return on that stuff.
On the principles thing, I think Ben Franklin pointed out a pretty fundamental one, and this country does not agree at all on liberty versus security. And everybody thinks everybody would, but we don't. And there's a lot of people on the security side.
No, I think there are more people on the security. And, if you actually look at the legislation and when things like the Patriot Act and other things are passed, Republicans tend to be the ones to actually put this stuff in. And if you think about it, this is why Real ID was able to be pushed in. Well, you've got immigration and whatever fear every time. And I'm not saying it's exclusively Republicans, but I think there's an expectation that Republicans are more on the liberty side, and that's not true when you look at the actual voting record. So yeah, I think more people have traded security for liberty, or liberty for security.
For sure.
And now you have generations that are ignorant to the fact of the purpose of why you want privacy, why you need security. I don't need security. I don't need privacy. Nobody should have a weapon. Nobody should have a gun. We should outlaw knives. We should outlaw forks. No, it just gets ridiculous. But I don't know where it's all going. But there's a big part of me that says, I'll run to the cabin and hang out as long as possible, and try to find like-minded people, intentional society or intentional community, I think they're called. I don't know where the answer is, but being in a big city, or especially a military city, just seems like fraught with danger and on the horizon that's not too far off. And that's kind of where I'm going. We need to nail down first principles and then find those like-minded individuals who agree with those first principles and quickly unite. And I don't know if we can, and there you go. But as first principles, the guerrilla warfare type of thing. We certainly outnumber them, but in our numbers, there are too many that are either weak, not conscious of what's going on, don't have the ability to wake up, or expect that it will always be, the government will always be there. The government is working on my behalf. I will always have my, later I'll have my Social Security I can tap into, it just goes on and on and on. And I'm fearful that there's not enough of us that are waking up, or will wake up and actually take to the streets. And when I mean take to the streets, I'm not meaning violence in any sort, or I'm not meaning, but maybe talking to their neighbors. So, well, we know Williams over here is crazy. Well, that's okay. You can think I'm crazy, but now I might find another William, further down the block. I don't know. But yes, we need to come up with first principles, and we need to start having meetups and discussing these first principles. And these meetups need to go to the next level where, maybe we need to kind of move closer to each other, wherever that might be. I don't know. I don't even know what you would call the meetup.
Well, I mean, see, I mean, I'm part of the Free State Project, so in theory that we've already done that, but that doesn't, so part of the first principles thing is that you can have the discussion on first principles, and people will take away different things. People won't even necessarily, I mean, the thing about human first principles is that they're not necessarily, we pick them, as opposed to gravity is what gravity is, but we actually choose what first principles we want to use. And not to say that if they are away from natural law, then that probably won't end up working, by the way, but this is part of the issue. But right now we have a situation where a lot of people are pursuing things like network states, or even pursuing things like AI governance, which there's an international coalition working on that. And people are not doing these things from the standpoint of first principles. First principles is applicable to human systems of all kinds, including to even your own individual life. What are your individual principles, even outside of a governance system or an organizational entity? We're not people. So the more people can think about it, how they choose to apply it. I mean, it should be a market-based thing, right? Ideally, a whole bunch of people are experimenting and doing a whole bunch of different things. It would just be useful if they knew why they were doing it, and that they were actually doing it from some sort of set of first principles. And people can disagree on what the first principles are, but at least you've made an attempt to start at that level. And I don't see that happening with most of these things that are going on right now. Most of the larger organizations that are coming in to replace the failing organizations, which I think most people would agree that our institutions are failing.
Yes. I think, the idea of, guerrilla warfare, speaks volumes to me. I believe in voting with my wallet every day. How I choose to spend my money, what money I choose to use, I think is a big part of it, because that is a small step that grows in numbers and helps us separate ourselves, building parallel systems to the corrupt ones. And, that's why I call myself an agorism. And I believe that, that's a great way to vote with my wallet, just like a boycott, no matter what, the Bud Light boycott, or the Bud Light, the Target boycott, or whatever. You vote with your wallet that match your personal, principles. There you go. And those small numbers do add up. When that beer sits on the shelf and they see the other beers leaving the shelf, that moves them. It moves that company, and because the market is moving, and that's what agorism is. Agro from market. So I believe that's really how we win. And how do you convince enough people to move the needle that way? on that first principle basis. I don't know.
Well, I will tell you, I've been more. I don't know either. I've been trying it because, in my opinion, the single most effective boycott that you can do is a fiat currency itself, because it's not just voting with your wallet, but voting kind of even a step before that with what's even in your wallet, what you're choosing to use. And I ran for president, and I actually had a thing called the Bank Run Manifesto.
I like that. I love that idea.
Which I'm surprised. I'm surprised I haven't gotten a knock on my door for that, because Ian Freeman read the whole thing on Free Talk Live.
Wow.
And so I should play that clip. But the whole point of it was, if you don't like the violence, the war, all of the stuff that the government's doing, stop using their money. You're not going to defeat them by continuing to use a debt-based currency that they completely support. As long as you're playing their game, you win. Or excuse me, they win. And so I think it's the most high leverage thing. And it only takes a small percentage of people to exit that system, and then their whole thing collapses, right?
Right.
So it's hard.
And for those that don't want to accept it, finding alternative means for payment that they do accept, or even if you have to, you use cash. Cash is less traceable. It doesn't show up on any kind of statement except for the business owner if they opt to, that the vendor that you're purchasing from. That's kind of a half step, I guess, if you will.
Yeah, I still encourage people to try to not do that. But I mean, yeah,
right. I agree too, Karen. I agree.
That's better than nothing. But even that's going to start to become tracked. This is why I hope, again, the Zebec thing is technically you're still converting to fiat for the transaction, but at least it's a step towards peer-to-peer. And so if enough people use it, and then that means in order to use it, that means you've downloaded a wallet. That means that you know how to send and receive Zano or Freedom Dollar. So then that next step of peer-to-peer is not hard. It's the same thing technically. So yes, you may be using it now to offboard to use a Zebec card, but now you're already ready. And so moving to that next stage of, when I'm going to work with my local farmer and I'm going to, pay for my, local food with Freedom Dollar directly is not a hard barrier. So I'm hoping that, and these plugins with WooCommerce, I hope people, the ability for people to start earning, because people say, well, it's hard for me to buy this, or I've got to do KYC or whatever. Fine. Start selling stuff on your own website and start receiving Freedom Dollar or Zano. And I think the big application of this, which is going to be big, is when you can take Bitcoin and Ethereum, make it private through Zano, and then spend that private version on all of these stores that are using WooCommerce and all of these other plugins. And so I can see now that there's $2.7 trillion worth of buying power that could be entering the Zano ecosystem, where people are moving. It's kind of like it's a potential avalanche moving into this, but it is hard to get going. I mean, I will say it hasn't been easy, but now we do have enough tools. Now it's just about education. I mean, I'm going to be going out to Lexington, Kentucky, and doing a workshop for 75 people.
Nice.
And this came out of another talk that I did. And it turns out it's a group of really engaged people that are already working on building parallel markets for food and everything else, right? So it's interesting where the real pockets of interest would be. You might normally think it would be, oh, well, let's go to the people that are at Bitcoin meetups and everything else. That's the worst place to go. Find people that understand the importance, kind of from first principles, of why we would need this. They might not know technically how to use these things or how to get a wallet, but they do understand privacy. They do understand what's going on with the encroachment of technocracy. It's just really hard to scale this up fast. That's what I've been spending a lot of time trying to figure out how to do. And sure. I wouldn't say it's successful, but I'm trying to get better at it.
Well, it's getting more fun, right? It's getting to the point where it's more of a fun process, and the ability to put this on this Zebec, and go out and do it. Like, to me, that seems like that would be fun for a lot of people. It's a challenge a little bit. And here's the thing, from a war perspective, we were fighting for our freedom before. we could see the enemy. We knew what they looked like. They came on boats, right? They, they wore these uniforms, they marched like this. They had swords, spears. We don't see this enemy, right? It's nano, right? On the biotech side, it's nano. We don't see it. You know what I mean? On the digital side, we don't see it. You know what I mean? We don't see the Genius Act, the Clarity Act, right? People don't even know what this stuff is. Like Aaron was talking about, it was shocking to me too. 17 countries, same three tech vendors, same marketing language, same PR group. It's obviously this is coordinated, but the problem is people don't see this. So they don't see the enemy, right? They don't get angry. If we can't get people angry, then they don't get motivated. The only way to motivate people without anger is to give, carrot or the stick. And I think the only way is the carrot. And that's to try to make this stuff fun with technology. You know what I mean? Where someone's like, yeah, I sense there's something wrong. You got to trust people's gut to some extent, right? Something's wrong. Anyway, I throw that out there. I've got another concept on this, how we got to this point, through the politics, but I don't want to go into that without, if you guys have a response on that, I'd love to hear your response on that, because that's my biggest thing, the carrot or the stick. We don't know what to fight. We don't know what the enemy is. We need the carrot. We need the carrot as much as we can make it to draw people in, because they're not going to see the enemy.
I'd like to make a comment on that real quick. I anticipate that we're going to see a lot of very quickly some really hard times. I think the inflation is kicking in higher. We're seeing job loss, some of it being to AI automation, some of it based off of the economy. And we're seeing people that are blaming the boomers. So now we have generational angst or blame, when the blame is misconstrued. I think the blame needs to go back to 1913 and the founding of the Fed and the loss of liberty and the growth of government. I think that's where it is. But having said all that, we're seeing more people move into their vehicles. I found fascinating following van life and people converting box trucks into vans, and learning more about people losing their jobs and not being able to cover their rent and moving into their vehicles. And that's growing, and where the state or cities are coming after those same individuals. It's getting to becoming a boiling point. And that's your point about anger. People are going to be angry, and they may not turn it towards the government. They might turn it towards the boomer and blame the boomers because they have more than we have. And rather than blaming back to the government, maybe that's part of their psyop. They'd rather have it being generational warfare rather than warfare and pointing the blame at the state, and the government. I say state meaning the federal or any government. So I think that's where we're going to start seeing the pain and the blood in the streets, as people can't afford their rent. They can't afford their groceries. They can't afford their credit card payments that they've now leveraged for groceries. And they're going to be pushed onto the street and into their vehicles and living in their cars. And those people are ripe for answers, for solutions. But their solution is to the simple I need a roof over my head. I need food in my belly. I need security or safety while I'm living in my car, whatever. And that population is growing significantly. And that's a population that is going to be looking for answers and looking for solutions. And they're going to be rising up. They're going to be taking to the streets, and it's going to get ugly and violent. And I think it's going to happen very quickly. And it already is. And maybe it's because I was so fascinated with van life and that lifestyle, even though that doesn't work for me and my wife and family and kids and all that. But anyway, well, I think that's one of those pressure cookers, and the government's going to use whatever propaganda they can to keep those same individuals pointing to the baby boomers as the problem, because they happen to have they hold the wealth right now. They have the larger homes and McMansions and whatever, and they're going to point to them rather than want those same individuals to point to the government. The government's going to say, yes, we're going to be here. We're going to come out and we're going to help you. We're going to fix you. We're going to provide you UBI or whatever it might be. I don't know. More stimulus checks. That's where I think we're going to start seeing more and more of that in the next 6 months or 12 months. And the fight against the homeless. The homeless is going to be expanding. I'm very bearish on the economy at this time, and think it's a pressure cooker. So I know that's what I wanted to mention to your comment.
I
Yeah,
want to make a comment going back to the cash thing. Using dollar bills is still in the system, even though it can't be tracked to you. But cash doesn't have to just be Federal Reserve notes. It's also bits of silver. And I think theoretically, at least, or ideally, your local farmer or your local farmer's market is where you can start using that kind of money. And if that makes some progress, you know, it's not getting anything about crypto or anything, but you know, that could, you know, when 6 months from now, if everything goes to shit, if there's some silver circulating, that's going to be all to the good.
Yes.
Yep. Yeah, silver touched, I think, over 50 at some point. And so, yeah, you're right. When I hear cash, I just assume fiat, but alternative currencies, not just crypto, are completely viable. And, you know, gold, silver, whatever it happens to be. I think I take kind of a different view on this. And what I'm trying to do, which by the way has become a little difficult. This week has actually been kind of rough for me. I don't know what it is. It's the digital ID thing, and then some of the other stuff that we've been looking at. Just, you know, the more you dig into technocracy, the worse it gets. You realize how far behind you are. But nevertheless, I try to take a techno optimist view of this, because there tends to be this view towards we've got to immediately go to survival and everything's going to be like Amish, and then we got to knit our own clothes, and this is the new goal, subsistence living. And I'm looking at this, and I'm like, okay, well, yeah, the economy now everything is a bubble, but on the other hand, AI is real, and the productivity gains of AI are going to significantly outstrip even what the internet did by a lot. I mean, I can tell you that from my direct experience with it. And even what happened just in the last 90 days with AI. So the concern that I have, I don't think we're going to have an issue with homeless people rising up and there being violence. I actually think this is all by design. By the way, the outrage, the generational outrage, the red versus blue, it's all manufactured by algorithms and manipulated from the top down. It's intended to make us divided, so that when they roll out UBI, which, you know, Craig and I have talked about this and looked into this with these sovereign wealth funds. I think the sovereign wealth fund is a great way to push UBI, because we already have that in Alaska. I mean, people in Alaska already get $1,000 a year, but we have $100 to $200 trillion worth of assets. I don't think that they want necessarily, you know, physical violence or necessarily us killing each other. I think they want to create the circumstances, create a problem such that they can push the technocratic agenda they've been working on for 90 years, which is already almost completely developed.
All right. Well, let's talk about the wealth fund and like the example that you gave of Alaska. That's a state fund, a state. You don't pay an income tax in Alaska because you get a dividend if the price of oil is up based on the oil they produce in the state, as if you're, you know, Alaskan resident. So that is essentially shared ownership. Well, why can't that work rather than a UBI and not be captured by the technocrats? What if that solution was presented to others to say, hey, you know what, you know, we should all have a piece of the economy. And boy, don't get me wrong, I'm not a communist by any stretch of the mean, but private wealth funds could do just that and be a form of income, residual income, like you see in Alaska, that isn't by the state or doesn't come from the federal government, is not a UBI. Yes, the technocrats are going to want to capture that, and they're not going to want to give up their property or their ownership in AI or whatever and share it with everybody. but there could be a demand from the bottom up that might say, you know, there's who is it? His name is Imad. Oh, I can't remember his name. He created one of the AI models for image generations, but he's got this white paper, basically, as I understand it, that imagine if everyone was going to a specific location to access AI, and those AIs were paying that specific site to work almost like a Bitcoin mining function. So as long as you're tapping into AI that route, you're going to get an income from that, so long as you're using the AI for the good, for your own personal betterment or the betterment of humanity, and not for personal wealth generation gain, whatever. When I'm kind of bastardizing his white paper idea, but the point being is the AI, all these, you know, Grok, whatever, Claude, you know, Chat GPT, they're going to want those users, and they're in turn are going to, it's going to come back and pay for the users to come through that portal, shall we say, and it would be like mining Bitcoin. And I firmly believe that there is an opportunity that people could develop income levels or income streams from all walks of life as a replacement rather than UBI as part of the solution. There's a gentleman who talks about post-labor economics, David Shapiro, and I really like what he has to say about the future in post-labor economics and having these wealth funds that are personally owned, or I don't know how we get from point A to point B, but I think the Alaskan model is not bad if the people and the citizens of Alaska do not allow it to be captured by the technocrats.
Well, so yeah, I mean, so again, it's like privacy coins are great, CBDCs are bad. Here's the reality. The reality is sovereign wealth funds own 7% of all of the assets on Earth, $12 trillion. And right now, ideologically, if you look at the way sovereign wealth funds have worked, it doesn't work like the way you described at all. And in fact, they're becoming one of the largest funding sources literally for UN Agenda 2030 and the 17 Sustainable Development Goals. And now let's look at what's going on in the US. If you look what's going on in the US, we are looking at, this is why the Clarity Act is more dangerous than the Genius Act, because Howard Lutnick is in the middle of this. His firm is right in the middle of trying to figure out how to tokenize and sell off all of our assets. And so while I appreciate the sentiment, here's the problem. Nobody's actually actively working on that. And the other thing is the default at this point. Like, I don't even know how you slow down. I'm actually behind on my research on what's all going on with the tokenization of our national assets and the development of our own sovereign wealth fund. It's actually hard to follow because Congress hasn't approved it, but yet what we have, Lithium Americas. What was the new deal we got, Craig? Didn't we invest in something this week? What was
Trilogy Metals. It was a five-person company out of Canada, and it's owned by Paulson, who was in on the real estate crisis. It's owned in on all the bad actors, and we just basically just beefed these guys up a fortune by piling in. We came in behind it, and the thing went up 200%. We took a small stake in it. So I agree. Like, look, I think the sovereign wealth fund has potential, right? Because again, the average person has been kept out of private equity. They've been kept out of the places where they can earn a lot of money. You know, they've been suppressed because they're not qualified eligible participants. They don't have enough money to invest and all this stuff. If you can put them in a sovereign wealth fund and pool them together, now all of a sudden you don't have that excuse anymore, right? They should be able to participate in anything and everything. The problem is they're not part of the club, you know, as what's his name said, you know, you're not part of the club, you know, right? Yeah. And that's really what it boils down to, is how do we get a seat at the club? I don't know if we're going to get that chance. And it really boils down to who controls it. You know, who controls a sovereign wealth fund? If we controlled it, I would say, yeah, it has potential, has tons of potential to close that gap between the haves and have-nots, has huge potential. You know, especially if the government was working on our behalf, the people's behalf. You know, the same thing as the ledger, like who controls it, right? That's the whole thing. You know, I mean, it always comes down to who controls it. You know.
Yeah, and so as it stands right now, what do we have? We have Howard Lutnick, we have Scott Bessent, who is Soros's guy. We have Trump. There's nobody actively involved right now that has as what you're describing in mind at all. This is so I don't know how we get from there. Most people don't know what a sovereign wealth fund is, let alone to understand that there are paths that this can go down. This is why first principles are important. And what is the nature of even man? Do we have free will? Like, we've got to have those kinds of conversations, because so the whole UBI concept is interesting. I wrote about it, the chapter in my book about it, and it's like, this goes back to Thomas Paine.
Yes, it goes way back. I didn't know that either.
And then Milton Friedman, who introduced the concept of the negative income tax, which is essentially a form of UBI. And of course, UBI has been tried in various places. So the issue with it is, I mean, even UBI is not necessarily a bad concept depending upon how it's administered. But of course, the way that it's shaping up to be administered is of the technocrats decide what decisions you can make in your life with a social credit system that's managed by AI surveillance and tied to an energy credit based currency. That's not the upside. That's the Borg version of it. And that's the default. And actually, I don't even know how to propose an alternative to that. But I think we are going to be in a post-labor, and I know that's challenging because it's unknown. But I think the productivity gain is going to be such that we don't have to work. But who is it that's deciding how the allocation of this works and what the rules are? And in my opinion, it's dark triad psychopaths that are the ones that are currently in the driver's seat of determining that. That's the problem.
I agree. The dark psychopaths are probably going to win. But there is a sliver of hope, and these sovereign wealth funds, done correctly, gives me hope that no, they won't win. By the way, Aaron, I in the private chat there, I gave you the link to the Intelligent Internet white paper that Imad Mostek, I can't pronounce his last name. Anyway, he's proposing, and it's worth a read. And it's as an alternative to UBI, inspired by the whole idea of, like, we mine Bitcoin, but instead we're mining for personal growth and being rewarded based on our personal growth. I think there is a sliver of hope that we can beat them out. But it's going to have to be that fight. We're going to have to say, no, you're not going to take all these assets and put them in a wealth fund and tokenize them, and take your cut, as your fee, just because Trump blessed you with that opportunity. We're going to have to rise up and say, no. It's kind of like if the oil in Alaska, bad example maybe, rather than the oil company pay Alaska to drill on a particular area, maybe that for every barrel that they pull out of oil, a certain amount of that, rather than a tax, is going into the wealth fund to all the citizens in America, as an example. But same with natural gas. And I happen to live in Texas. And so I see a lot what's going on, the Permian Basin and natural gas and the flow of LNG, et cetera, and why shouldn't there be a state wealth fund for the state of Texas? But then again, I have conflicts there too, because okay, the refineries are primarily in Houston. All right, well, wait a minute, those are private companies, and I don't believe in takeovers of these private. I want these companies to remain private. I don't want them to be seized by any government, including the state. It's just as corrupt as the feds. I have personal experience on that one. So, I don't know how we're going to get to those assets in a way that we all can benefit. But maybe if the benefit is based off of, and not a form of taxation either, because if it's taxation, it goes to the government and then back to the people, then that's just a UBI. It's just a distribution, that's going to be done unfairly, and we don't want a third party involved in it. It should be on a blockchain so it's transparent. And we have those technologies, and we have DAO capabilities. And one county or one city or one state might have an advantage over another one, and those individuals within that state should be receiving a larger benefit, like Alaska does. There's a way that we can do that. We're smart enough to figure that out, and without it being a UBI, but a shared wealth or shared income stream rather than a UBI. But it's going to come down to that. Eventually, we're going to have 55 billion robots out there that are doing most of the jobs. AI is going to outthink us, and we're going to hand over that to them as well. And we're going to need to be, we define ourselves by what we do, by many of us. And even all the way down when we're children. What do you want to be when you grow up? I want to be Spider-Man. I want to be a firefighter. I want to be a police officer, whatever. I want to be a ballerina, whatever that, this is how we've identified ourselves. And I don't know what the future has, but a post-labor economic future means that we will no longer have to trade our time and our labor for wages. And that wages, the last thing I want is it, to be a UBI income stream from the government, which is just a redistribution of wealth. I wouldn't trust that for nothing. You would be in the same predicament that the people right now that work for the government that aren't getting a paycheck. You're in the same boat because now you're relying on them, and you have no say. Or maybe you could vote with your feet and say, well, I'm moving to Alaska because my income, if I live in Alaska, is a lot larger. I don't know. Or maybe this intelligent internet white paper that's kind of a first draft that Imad's talking about is a potential future for us. But I think ultimately we'll have multiple, numerous income streams. Maybe we will all have, maybe as a group of us might buy a home and we'll share an Airbnb rental, or maybe we'll group together and buy a robo-taxi and have a small share in a few robo-taxis around the country and get, an income stream that way, and invest, even at the micro level, which means the SEC's got to get out of the way. The government's got to get out of the way. I should be able to have the opportunity to invest $50, $75, $100, whatever, and not be I'm drawing a blank, not a registered investor. What is it? Qualified investor.
Accredited investor.
Accredited investor. Thank you. Lots of words. Rather than that, maybe, we need to have that ability to diversify, dramatically. I think that is possible. We can utilize blockchain, and we can utilize AI. We can make these things happen and have multiple levels of residual income, and no longer trade our. That's what the future is. Unless it is going to be, we're just going to be energy pods, and they're sucking our energy out for the battery as a battery, and there's going to be a few of us so that the elites don't need that many, because the 55 billion robots will handle will be at their beck and call, and not be for the betterment of all of humanity. I don't know. But there's a sliver of hope. There's a silver lining there. I do believe that we have an opportunity, and maybe, like I said, those who are suffering might be willing to listen. It's sad to say, but what did the Bolsheviks do? They went to those who were suffering, right? In that communist revolt and revolution, ugly. Same as the French Revolution, those that were suffering in the street, and the aristocrats were, not in touch with what's going on. They rose up. It was violent. It was ugly. And that's not what I want to see. But if we keep going down this path, I think the have-nots are going to rise up. had a good long conversation. I'm sorry I'm talking so long. I had a good long conversation with my son this past weekend, and he's in his 20s and extremely intelligent. And he recognizes it's not generational warfare. Warfare. It is the government is the problem. And but he also knows too that the people are being manipulated to think it's a generational problem. Why his life isn't as comfy as the generation ahead of him. And that segment of the population is growing and growing and growing. And people have left the rural areas for the cities, and they continue to do so. And the cities are more expensive, and there's less jobs, and it's going to get ugly. That's my opinion. Now you're tapped into the markets very well. What's your
Well, back to that with the governments, the only I spent a lot of time in school, and I regret it, in a lot of ways, because you don't learn a whole lot. You think you are, but you're really not. And the one thing I do say that I did learn was from an international business law professor, and he said, Craig, all that the government is a shield for big business to hide behind. And I thought, well, it took me a long time to sort that out, and I was like, I don't know if I really believe that. And then, but what I do think is, this technocracy, this has been going on since what? 1913, the Federal Reserve comes in, the technocracy is not far behind it. It's been in play for a long time. I don't know how this transfers from generation to generation to generation, but I do believe that, right? That's all that the government's been, is a shield for big business or someone, right? Whoever this is, the technocracy or whatever, to hide behind. And so that's where I think we're at. And I think, from how do I tie that into markets?
the future outlook?
Yeah, future outlook of markets. Well, look, take for instance this week, right? XAI and this NVIDIA deal, and it's a circular reference. I don't know if you looked at how that works, but essentially NVIDIA is going to loan the money to XAI. XAI is going to buy NVIDIA's chips, and it's around and around and around we go. So it's kind of like the Federal Reserve, right? The Federal Reserve prints money, you know what I mean? And then it goes into the system, and then all of a sudden it inflates a bubble. And then, we can't have the bubble burst. So what do we need to do? Let's print more money, right? And so therefore, and Aaron's talked about this a lot with fiat currencies, every 80 years or something like that, Aaron, a fiat currency, croaks. And so that's because of these cycles. You know what I mean? It's like we get lazy. We don't realize that we're in a war. That's what I think. I don't think we realize that we're in a war and how vicious this war is. I mean, this is probably the most vicious war that I think this world has ever seen. And I bet you 95% of people have no idea it's even going on. They don't know that their bodies are a battleground. They don't know that their currency is a battleground. They don't know that all this stuff. I mean, there's so many fronts that Aaron talks about, that I try to talk about, the technocracy table that you talk, and so, there's so many battlegrounds, and people don't even realize it. Because why? Because, Silver Lake and Oracle and Andreessen Horowitz, they're buying TikTok, right? And then they're buying Electronic Arts. And what are they doing? They're doing it with a sovereign wealth fund, right? And so now everybody age 25 or under who's looking at Electronic Arts or who's using TikTok, which is like 70 to 90% of the 25 and under population, is being, and now they own them, right? Not only that, Oracle buys Warner Brothers, right? Buys Paramount, right? Buys all this stuff. You can see exactly what they're doing. So again, I think it's all that government is. It continues to be just a shield for these technocrats, this business, whatever you want to call it, to hide behind. And all the things you're saying are spot on. I think we, the people, have the power. Look at GameStop, right? We can route.
That's a great example.
I mean, we can route these people in a second. The problem is you have to have awareness that the battle's going on. And the problem is how do we get that? And if we wait until people are in their vans, you know what I mean, and they're down and desperate, is that too late? Has the hurricane already come through? You know what I mean? And devastated everything. And there's really no picking up the pieces. I don't know. Like in the past, I think there's always been a chance to recover. But with this technocracy and the amount of oppression that they can place upon us is like something this world has never seen. I mean, they have 6,000. I mean, look how many satellites does Elon Musk have floating over our head right now. I mean, the world's never seen anything like this before. They've never seen the ability that our own New York Stock Exchange, our own Securities Exchange Commission, like we were talking about that, that they were trying to screw us with the NACs. You know what I mean? Just a couple Christmases ago, they were trying to take our land. They're trying to take our farmland, and they were doing it at Christmas time when everyone's home enjoying their family. They're trying to steal it out from underneath us at the holidays. Trying to pass some Christmas tree bill. I'm very concerned that this is the most vicious war that this world has ever seen, and most people don't even know it exists. It's just flying right over their head, and they're going about their day every day, and they would be so happy to get UBI, right? Because it's just right down that path of ease. It's like, okay, what is next? All right, give me the UBI. I'm good. I'll take the UBI, and they'll never even. That's the sad part,
And that certainly is the plan. And it's going to be easy to roll them over and just accept it. And then they're going to find out sooner or later that oh, I said something disparaging against this politician, so my UBI got cut. I'm getting less this week or this month. And next thing you know, they're going to just, they're not going to rise up because they've essentially been bought and paid for, even though their minds were bought and paid for before that point. Yeah, I still believe that there's a sliver of hope, or the ugly thing is we're going to have a Stalin or a Mao or a Pol Pot or a Hitler rise up and wake those youth up into a violent frenzy, and then we'll have that horrible dictatorship. But either way, it's the same thing with technocracy, right? With this handful of elites, it's the same thing. It's just more quiet behind the scenes, unseen.
Where did we start with liberty? What was our first comments? Liberty, and what was that we were talking about?
Principles?
No, the liberty. We were talking right at the beginning with. I forget what the statement is, but this, the concept to it is that people are afraid that somebody's going to die, right? That's the thing. Whenever you're in a war and you have to storm the castle, whatever that means, technologically or physically, someone's going to die, right? But the people have to realize that it's worth it. And I just don't know if there's enough people who are quote unquote willing to die, to get past the gates, and I'm just afraid we're too lazy of a society that we're just not going to storm the gate before it's too late. If we do, we can win. There's no doubt in my mind, right? The people have always had the power, but that may be changing with this technocracy. It's definitely different than it's ever been. We have always held the power, but we've never taken advantage of it. Seldom, right? Occasionally we do, there is a revolt. People do take back the government. Or do we? Or does the CIA do it? That's a question. Or does the CIA do it? I don't know if
the CIA is already in control.
Well, we certainly can do it. We do have free will. There's no doubt that we can do this. I think historically, though, we were really the first major experiment with a written constitution that limited government. If you look at it over the longer scale, it doesn't usually work out for the people. But I think that the issue here is that, people are largely not awake. Look, I look at COVID, and some people are looking at COVID as a success that we fought back. I'm like, what did we get? 80% of the people took the jab. People were taking it for, medium French fry and a donut. If people are willing to do that, how hard is it going to be to give them UBI? Right? I actually don't even think it's going to be that. It will be seamless. And so the problem that we have is people don't know that there's a war. And that's part of what we're trying to do. Like, I don't understand, but hundreds of millions of people should know who Patrick Wood is and what his work is. And you really have to dig to find this work. And it's not, I guarantee you, it's not taught in any school anywhere, right? So nobody knows about what the actual fight is. But then beyond that, we're at a point right now where our perception is hijacked. This is why we did this episode, a couple weeks ago, about the algorithms, right? And about what's going on now. People believe, I talk to people that think, well, thank God Trump won. Now we have free speech. Thank God Elon came in and saved free speech. And this is the problem. This is the same reason that people don't worry about CBDCs, because Trump passed an executive order, don't know what the Genius Act is. They don't understand what algorithms are. and the fact that 70% of the traffic is made up of bots and that everything's pay to play, they think that we've won free speech and that we have a public square. It's all false. But they're lulled into this sense of actually thinking they're winning when they're actually losing. And I don't know how to cut through that, because the truth is the technocrats do control the distribution channels. There is no public square. There's absolutely zero public square.
And when you try to fight for it, there's nobody that has your back on it. You know, like Aaron knows, I have a perfect case, I think. It's small, right? We're trying to turn a molehill into a mountain, you know, but sometimes that's what you have to do. And there's no support, right, to go after Rumble. Nobody wants to do it. You know, I've talked to multiple people. No one will do the case. I mean, it's like they say, well, do you want to spend $6 million to fight this case to win, you know, a $50,000 award? I mean, it's literally what it boils down to. I mean, you're fighting the behemoths, you know, and no one wants to take on the challenge, you know, and what do you think, Aaron? I mean, is that a good case in point? Like, it's so hard to fight the distribution channels, right?
Well, it's impossible to fight the distribution. I mean, I get the point where I don't believe in the courts either. The courts are, but at the same time, people don't want to fight, and they don't want to fight the big fights. I've encountered this. And then when you do fight the big fight,
or attorneys don't want to take on the big fight.
Yep,
because they'll lose all their business.
Yep, exactly. So you can't win in that realm. But yeah, how do we fight the fact that you've uncovered a very clear? I mean, to me, Rumble is a disaster. How do you have a situation where you have a sitting vice president, sitting assistant director of the FBI, and you know, all these people are the big shareholders, and Howard Lutnick in a media platform that they claim is free speech that's 100% pay to play. If this were Barack Obama or Biden with a network, people would be all over the place complaining about it. There's a complete free pass. The fact that Trump is the majority owner of Truth Social, how is that even? He's a sitting United States president. How is this even a thing? Right? You're going to sit there and complain. This is Yarvin's thing is, we're going to go after the cathedral and we're going to talk about how bad the media is. Why don't we look in the mirror here about the media? I mean, it all stinks, but the newer stuff's not better. And it's this evolution of, yeah, we had 3 TV stations where they were putting out uniform stuff, but then we went into cable where it was just people sending targeted stuff to their base. And then, you know, and so it's gotten more fractured, but it's as manipulated. I don't know what the solution is, because starting another social network is not an answer either.
No, I agree. And look at my hat. You know, I got one that was an idea of a totally different algorithm based on, you know, incentivizing human behavior.
What is your hat?
I'm sorry. It's din.social.
Oh, you weren't? Okay. Yep.
Aaron, I got a challenge for you. All right. If you recall, remember how you said that you realized that with the digital dollar and Mastercard and Visa, that we essentially already have CBDCs are already here. And that was kind of a change in your thinking. Well, what if UBI is already here, and it essentially is your Social Security payments, your federal workers, your government contractors that get paid, you know, via government contracts, and your state workers and your county and your city and your school board. Translate all of those people who actually don't generate anything that's real, you know, the GDP shouldn't include government spending, but all of them are essentially your UBI. And so UBI is already here when you classify that income level or income streams to those individuals. Then the majority of the population is on UBI.
I think that's accurate, and I have thought about that. And particularly with respect to healthcare, we're now over 50% of healthcare costs are paid for by the government. I've actually talked about this before. We've already crossed that threshold. And I was researching this for one of the podcasts that I did, and over 35% of Americans are now dependent on the federal government for funding. So the social credit system that we have is the tax system. The UBI it's a lot of like what you described, and that's what I've learned. The more I've gone into this is why when I made that statement, Americans are the most brainwashed people on the planet. Our conception of what we are is like George Washington and Thomas Jefferson and the Constitution, and what we actually are is closer to what we fear communist China is than what the founding documents are. We're already well beyond that. And I try to, every time I do these talks, to say, listen, because people think that they're like wrapping themselves in the flag about where we are. Oh, UK, Keir Starmer. What's wrong with those people in the UK? Oh, are you in one of the 11 states that has a digital ID? Are you in one of the 31 states that by the end of this year is going to have a digital ID? Do you already have a real ID? You're going to sit here and laugh about what they're going to do by 2029 while we already have one, and you may even have it in your wallet, and now it's tied to Palantir? And by the way, I could go through and people don't want to hear this, but it's like, unless we accept where we are, there's zero opportunity to change. But yeah, I think that's we are kind of in that position. But what a weird distribution mechanism. We're going to take take our resources, and then we're going to have people waste their time doing things that are counterproductive. What a great, only government could come up with a UBI plan like that.
Yeah. And like I said, imagine if we could actually measure government by GDP that was not money that was paid out, to government contracting or government spending in any form, private sector. And, then you could take a look at the companies like, say, Boeing, and how much is that, military, income is from the military for Boeing. When you look at Boeing's income statement, you took that out, and you next thing you know, now you have a real number on the real economy outside of government, and how much is that growing? Or it baffles me that we don't. But that's part of it. We don't want those in charge don't want that number to be out there.
They don't want that number. There was a guy that he's not
just like unemployment numbers.
There was a guy that was affiliated. He's not officially affiliated with Brownstone, but had done some work for Brownstone on trying to put out a really great paper describing what the real GDP was. And they were going to actually then put him in charge of that function. And he was just like a week or two ago rejected because people don't want the real information coming out about labor, about GDP, about any of it. The whole thing is based on fraudulent information.
Yeah. And it's not like you can ask AI for that, because the numbers that have been plugged into AI isn't going to let you, parse through that data.
No. So again, I don't know what the answers are to any of these things. And I know that there's some questions that even when I was doing the first principles thing from the standpoint of how do we fix America, before realizing that that's not even the right point. But even if you took the founding documents and the original, how you might suss out, which is open to interpretation as well, what the original founding first principles were, when you start taking things like AI and some of these other challenges that even based on the original, there are real challenges here. There are things that we have not thought through. Mm-hmm. But there are people the technocrats have thought through what they think of it, and what they think the right end game should be. And I don't think most people would agree with it, and I don't think it's the right answer. So my hope is, I don't know. We'll see if the principles thing gains any traction. Maybe it is true. Maybe we find that a lot of people are having these conversations. What we're talking about, maybe there are people all over the place that are having this, and they're afraid to talk about it.
Yeah, understanding with different levels of understanding.
But they're afraid to talk to other people about it or to acknowledge it publicly. This happens all the time, right? Because I mean, maybe on the other hand, people do have a sense of, hey, whatever's going on here.
Well, that's why I say people that are looking at their, the rate of inflation and the, wage inflation is their wages aren't keeping up with it, and they're sinking more and more and more. I wasn't able to prove up the number, but the number was that I heard 2 weeks ago was that minimum wage based off a gold standard would be $107 per hour. I don't know how accurate that is, but let's just assume that it is. That would certainly explain why a single income household, person could have a family and a home and all of the things that go along with that. The new car every other year, and the health care and paying the kids college. Imagine if the individual was, I always use the milkman example. It used to be that the person that delivered the milk, the milkman, well, he was the only breadwinner in his home, in his household, and he had a family of three or four kids, and they had just a normal home in the suburbs and a new car every other year. Well, that same milkman is today's Amazon driver. Can an Amazon driver provide that same level of income as a single household earner? No, absolutely not, because of the devaluation of the dollar. So maybe it is factual. It's $107 per hour, that's been lost to inflation. You have
Is that reversed, Aaron? Can you see that chart?
I can't. I'm trying to figure out how to zoom in without pulling us off the stage. Let me see. That wasn't it.
Because this is what you're talking about right here, the inflation rate. So
Yeah.
from 1990 to 2020, you can see the green line. It was a standard inflation, 1.8%. And that's pretty much what the globalists want, right? The players, because they can run up the debt, right? And then they can inflate it away with inflation. So that's really controllable. Then they get to 2020, you see this acceleration of like 8%. You can see that red, it goes straight up. And then obviously there was pushback. People were starting to scream about, this is too expensive, that's too expensive. So then, the Biden administration kind of backs it off a little bit and it tapers off. But this is compounded, right? This isn't something that, goes up and then comes back down. This is a compounded effect, that builds into things, and so it's very devastating. Even if we're leveling off now at 3.5%, 4%, depending if these tariffs kick in and so forth. I mean, you're talking about just devastation, like you're talking about, for people. And so what does it mean? It's these people are so ripe for UBI, you can't even imagine. I mean, they're almost begging for it, right? They're almost begging for the UBI. It's more than seamless, right? It's like a downhill spiral. They just fall right in,
Right. And that's why I say that those people are also ripe for a different message, maybe. If there was some other income stream that was available so that they could earn on the growth of
Zano.
Oh yeah, well, no, I'm meaning like yeah, it's a good one. I love Zano, but if it could grow in the in the economy, the growth of the AI economy, shall we say, and the robotics and the automation, if that was shared, amongst everybody as like some sort of wealth fund, and because the jobs are getting replaced by automation and AI, in maybe in the next 1 or 2 decades, we'll be in a post-labor economics world. Maybe that's possible. Maybe those people would be, willing to hear that or demand that, the real GDP growth should be shared. Think of it like Saudi Arabia or, Kuwait or, United Arab Emirates, where those, the citizens of that country all became wealthy because of oil.
And the sovereign wealth fund.
Yes, it's a sovereign wealth fund. Well, why couldn't there be a sovereign wealth fund based off of the AI and the automation that's taking place? I think, it's, people are going to start, coming after the 1%ers or the upper middle class or the generational welfare. Well, maybe that needs to be the message. Maybe that's part of the solution. No, demand that if I'm just picking a number, if we're at a 10 trillion, economy from AI and automation, it goes to 50 trillion. Well, then maybe everyone should be the oil sheik and get a piece of that. I don't know how it would all work out or how that all play out. And it's certainly not, I'm a free market person. I'm an agorist. I don't believe in government almost in any form. So I don't know how I haven't figured that part of it out yet, but that's got to be there's got to be part of the solution there. And those same people are going to be, I want to hear, I want part of that. I want that dividend check monthly rather than the government, the UBI. And that's another thing with the government shutdown and everyone screaming, I'm not getting my money, I'm not getting my paycheck because the government shut down. Well, guess what? Those people are ripe for the answer of this is why you don't want UBI. And maybe they can see the idea of no paycheck from the government is the equivalent of relying on the government from a UBI, perspective. If everyone has a UBI, oh, that's the last thing I want. This is a teaching moment. This is an opportunity to match those two up: a government paycheck and UBI. That government paycheck isn't as sound money and consistent like you think because of the political atmosphere and government shutdown, which is still circus, dog and pony show.
Well, I still think that going into what you're describing requires a broad-based discussion from first principles. This is part of why I think this is necessary, because it applies to all of these discussions. Because if you have the people that are pushing this that think that most of humanity is a problem to be solved and most people are useless eaters, and that we live in a completely deterministic, materialistic world, if that's your starting point, then, they can just draw this out in a series of stages and then, beat everybody down slice by slice, and then boom, all of a sudden they have complete control, surveillance. They don't even have to get blood on their hands. They can just send out the Boston Robotics robots to do it for them. So this is why
Rich J is right. Thank you, Rich J. Milk in the 1940s is not the same milk today. I agree with that statement.
Yeah. So, so this is why I think we need to have that conversation, and because there is a way to solve it. This is why it is a conundrum. But once, if we do switch to being a completely abundant, when you going from a scarcity to abundance mindset is a hell of a switch, and it requires. I mean, and that's a massive thing that needs to be discussed. I don't have the answers to it.
Yeah.
But I do happen to think that the productivity gains are there that have that kind of transformative power, and therefore what we should be talking about is how to handle that transition. And right now, when you look at the people that are on the panels to talk about things like international standards, like they're talking about drafting AGI or an AI constitution, an international constitution, and humans may have subservient rights within this framework, right? So these are the kinds of conversations that we've got to get elevated at, because the people that are having those conversations, I guarantee you, do not share our views. And William, what you're describing as the way things might work, that's not what's being presented.
No, I know it's not what's being presented at all. Just the opposite. It's a power grab and a money grab. And that is what humanity is. We are susceptible to. When we get in positions of power, it goes to our head and we become diabolical.
Yep.
What was it said? He was right. My dad never made $5 an hour, owned his own home, 3 gas guzzlers in the driveway, month paid vacation, raised 7 kids, retired with a pension and Social Security. Yep.
There you go.
That's right. It's right. And, yeah. I remember the gas guzzlers. Shoot, you could put 10 dead bodies in the trunk. By the way, I'm going to call you out on that one thing about your professor. Your professor was too kind. The government they just, are, the shield to protect the government. I would classify the government as a cartel mafia regime. It's not really, I think government is too nice of a word. It's saying that they're shielding themselves. It just tells you that they're cartel.
Yep.
Oh my gosh, it's Zach.
It's Zach.
Yep. Talking about Lexington, Kentucky. I think Zach is in that neck of the woods, maybe.
When are you going there, Aaron?
I just got the email request either within the next 3 or 4 months. We haven't settled on the date yet. So
let me know. I'm only a couple hours from there, so I'd love to drive down and see you down there. It'd be great.
Yeah, maybe we'll make it a big thing, because I mean, they said that they have 50 to 75 already that want to go. So maybe we make it a larger deal if we can promote it. Yeah. I don't know how many people want to go to Lexington, Kentucky in the winter. I'm not sure that's like a hot spot kind of idea.
Just not quite hot. Yeah.
Yeah, but Kentucky's
you know,
beautiful, but actually,
yeah, it is. Actually, yeah, you never know. You never know. It's like I might want to see snow and go up there.
yeah, no, you might. I don't even know how to put it all together because again, I'm thinking we need bigger, longer conferences where people are meeting and discussing ideas and tokenization projects. But this one is more kind of an introductory, getting people set up. Kind of a little bit of what we did here today, but kind of more hand holding and walking through it. That's part of it. I don't know, but I'm putting a hard limit on only doing one of these events a month, just because last year, no, actually still this year, the time has been weird. I don't know if you guys are experiencing, just everything is sped up in a weird way. Like I can't, we were doing all these workshops this year. I can't even, this entire year is now a blur. So I can't even believe that some of this stuff was earlier this year when we were doing these workshops, but doing more than one a month, particularly now with doing the podcast twice, a week, and then trying to get all these projects launched.
Right.
But they are helpful. And, I think now that we have some projects that we can show, hopefully people will start realizing what the opportunities are.
Right.
But, the other thing is the thing with AI is there really is a division. If people are not participating in AI, I don't know how they are going to be able to interact in the economy. Because if you've got somebody that's got a productivity tool that makes them 1,000x more productive, and then you have other people that aren't using the technology, I don't even know that doesn't end well.
No,
well, the other question is, do you really think you're getting the best AI, or is that being reserved for a few? That's the other question. Do we really think we're getting is it being throttled down for us, or are we getting the best?
It's a great question. I think we are kind of throttled down, but it is kind of pay as you play, like, what Grok Heavy, $300 a month, right?
Yep.
It's supposed to, have PhD level on every field of science. And it's only going to get better. So I
And is that even throttled down? Because what if you paid 3,000 or 300,000 or whatever? And, the corporations are going to get the 300,000 a month, right? HSBC just ran. So remember when they used to advertise Watson, IBM Watson? Remember that was all over.
Yeah.
Well, HSBC, IBM has a new one out called Heron, but we've probably never heard of that. HERRON. HSBC's heard of it. They're paying a lot of money to get access to it, and they're supposedly making better bond decisions by 37%. But we're never going to see Heron. You know what I mean? We got the Watson, right? So again, I just get the feel, and that's the quantum side. That's more quantum computing than it is AI. But I just feel like
something above Heron for just the elite people there at Microsoft or IBM.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, and if you can imagine, if they've had a year's advantage on this, right? I mean, this is why, you wonder how long Elon has had AI, because you could see if you had a 2-year jump, think about how much more productive you would be.
Right.
And he's been heavily involved in AI, and Tesla is essentially an AI company. So I can see that being the case. Certainly we're not getting the best models. And, I actually bought the Grok thing for a while, and I canceled it because it was too slow. It was actually not useful for getting information out, but I'm using a whole bunch of different AIs. And now it's down to the point where even in the last 2 weeks, every day, a new model, Claude is surpassing ChatGPT. And it is true. Like I actually like Claude right now. It's just amazing how well it works, particularly for coding. But then I know I don't want to get wedded to any of these things, because 72 hours from now, there's going to be something new. And some of these Chinese models that are open source, or where you can access them, DeepSeek, and then 2 or 3 others where you can operate them at an eighth of the cost. So there's an absolute race to the bottom on this. And I view this as right now, the stuff that I'm
good though. Competition.
No competition. Yeah, the stuff that I'm doing right now, I won't be able to do in 2 years. It'll be cost prohibitive. So I'm like trying to do as much of this stuff now, and this will be the heyday of this. And then we're going to go in through some other, just kind of like what happened with search engines and everything else. But yeah, it's crazy with video. And by the way, the music thing is amazing. I mean, I'm at the point now where I'm just listening to my own music, and this new Sora model is it's insane. what it produces. And then
Oh, I love your music. You're my DJ. I'm gonna have an event and I'm gonna bring you.
So now I'm trying to figure out how to make music videos for some of this, because they've got Sora too, and you can see where this is going. Because I'm spending a lot of time trying to automate my workflows. I'm like, yeah, well, you could have an AI that takes an audio clip and then timestamps it and then creates prompts to create video clips, and then reviews the video clips and then pieces them together.
Yeah.
Well, okay, well, yeah, that's something you can do now. Where's it going to be in 6 months? 12 months. Again, the acceleration in the last 90 days with AI feels like 10 years of advancement. And I don't see it slowing down, because now that you have these agent models that are connecting everything. So with that, this is why I don't feel like we're going to be in this. We shouldn't be thinking about this in terms of we're going to be in this like survival subsistence thing. It doesn't have to go that way. It might go that way.
Doesn't have to be that way.
It might go that way, but it shouldn't. And so to me, the battleground is going to be about how do we keep this stuff free for people? Well, not free, but how do we make it so that people can actually apply this technology themselves instead of having it applied and thrust on them?
Right.
So we got Rich J here. Hey, Rich.
Hey, Rich, I'm going to have to bail out. I got to check on the missus. Everybody, thank you so much, Aaron. Thank you so much for letting me bloviate here on your channel. And
anytime.
It's great to Roger Beer, huh?
Yep, to Roger Beer.
All right. Hey, take care, everybody. Good night.
Good night. There we go.
Okay, what's up, man? I'm back after a couple weeks. How's it going, Aaron?
It's going well. It's going well. How about you?
Nice. Oh, very well, very well. I guess, man, what was I thinking when I signed on? Only a little bit on the pushback on AI, because obviously the first freak out, if you guys remember, was from Hollyweird. So you have the obvious, they're going to push back and say, oh God, our world's ending. Well, of course, it was always fake and gay. But I don't see it. I don't see AI catching on in terms of, in other words, how I would weigh it out. We have major claims of productivity boom, but the United States is betting on this, right? They're betting on the productivity boom. They have nothing else. Either that, or they have to start letting some of the. So I think a lot of your listeners, you even have mentioned it, Aaron, technologies related to energy that are suppressed. And so, and I don't mean like, oh, a little bit better solar panel. I mean like suppressed stuff out there. Big game changers. And so the freak out with AI and, oh my God, Hollywood, the sky is falling, right? And they were the first ones. Oh, they had a contract dispute. And a lot of it was the writers, the dictators of the asses are the masses. Everybody's reality, right? That we see on Rick and Morty and fucking like just all of it. And actually, I had wondered myself, like with Rick and Morty, like, dude, how do they come up with this? Like, were they doing AI stuff in terms of creative, even back then? It's just interesting thoughts. Not to poo-poo on like what you're doing, Aaron. Great if it's helping. I mean, totally. Just other aspects I see. I think there needs to be a more realistic understanding of like how that'll bleed through to like not the lumberjack, but like the lumber mill, or what do you see there?
Well, I'm not actually saying that it's going to go well. I'm actually saying it could go well. I'm saying that very clearly what the technocrats want to do is completely take over all of the assets and basically have the AIs run things, and human beings are optional. That's actually the default case, right? So I'm not actually trying to. I'm not saying that the bullish case is the most likely. What I am saying is that this technology could be used. I mean, if you end up having a situation where the lumberjack, all of these jobs are replaced by robots. We are truly in a post-labor society. We actually at a point where we have enough abundance where people don't have to work. That is a possibility. Now, of course, the problem with this is the way that this is moving. In terms of ideologically, we're going to get more towards the conclusion is that human beings are unnecessary, and we're evolving into machines. That's what I say the problem is. There's an optimistic case. The base case is not optimistic.
Well, so put this in the mix where like you said, how many times have the elites of the world sort of taken the people under their wing and, treated them like a child or, a good friend or anything like that? You know what I mean? I just don't know how, if this stuff advances to the point where, they don't really, nobody has to work and there's plenty of for everyone. I just don't see them saying, yeah, let's, we're all, welcome into the umbrella. You know what I mean? Everybody's going to do great. We're all just going to do great. I think that there's a greed factor here. I think that they're going to take everything they can get because that's what they love, the power. I mean, otherwise, why hasn't Elon Musk given away his 400 million, or Larry Ellison? You know what I mean? Why haven't they spread that around? So here's the thing, from a health perspective, I've been doing some work on this health perspective, and, there's a concept out there that, that they are able to install nanobots into our body, and they're able to implant, ideas and images into our brain, into our, into our mind that we never had, that we've never experienced. And so what does that mean? They can then drive our brains to do what they want, which they've already been doing, right? With mind control. So the question is, are they just going to hook people up and use them, to some degree, to extract out of the brain what they can, and then feed that into their large language models and so forth. You know what I mean? Are they going to extract? Are they going to go farming, right, to extract everything they can to feed that into their large language models? And once they're done with that and they feel like they've extracted everything they can, then they just basically, then it becomes, what's that movie, The Green Slime? Remember that one? What was that one called?
Soylent Green.
Soylent.
Yeah. Yep.
I don't know. Yeah. I know it's a crazy thought, but this is all possible. I mean, I've been doing some research on this, and they can install memories into people. I mean, they basically tested it and proven it.
That's interesting. Am I yelling like last time? So
am I?
Man, no, I was just wondering. I listened to our last one, and oh man. Anyway, Manchurian Candidate ideas started surfacing here. I mean, I was listening to something William Ramsey, or going into the movie, The Manchurian Candidate, the one with Frank Sinatra. By the way.
Yep.
And so the interesting thing is, though, actually, when you get into movies, dude, you can't just make a movie and be like Air Force and wear all the shit and then make a movie of flying the jets. That has to be approved. So anything that's weird and you think, that might be fake and gay, dude, that was approved. They if you have the stars and bars, somebody from, wherever read it and was like, let's do this. So like even the psyops ones that are aliens and whatever, obviously you can be like, but they could just say, well, it's creative, whatever. But other things are interesting, right? And so that just gets my thoughts going with, that originally you could look back at Manchurian Candidate. Sinatra was in it. Sinatra was literally buddies with Kennedy, but somebody had to sign off on that movie, and then that happens to Kennedy. So those ideas surface really before the event, which now we're the Charlie Kirk stuff, and it becomes a little bit more relevant as we go on in time. It just, I like to look at it all just like you guys do in a holistic fashion, which is everything. I mean, it's all connected. It's fifth gen war. So I'm not going to believe it till I see it. But if I do see it, I might not even still believe it. Yeah.
Yep. You have to believe it to see it.
Yeah, that's right.
Right.
Yeah, no, I mean, when you look at the mind control, the MK Ultra stuff, and then where it's gone from there, it's not like they stopped doing that research. I mean, this is part of why I'm wearing these glasses, right? I mean, it's, the Jack Cruz stuff is interesting about blue light, but, blue light itself can be used to manipulate dopamine levels and all kinds of other things, right? So, and then 5G and what everyone talks about,
Right.
The problem is the more you dig into this stuff, the worse it is. The internet body of things. And I don't even know, Craig, I don't know how much research you've done on the AI health stuff, but it doesn't look good the more you dig into it.
Yeah, it leads. It's almost more depressing than the currency and the other side of things. It's pretty. It feels like we've been and we're being hijacked. And in a big way. Is that kind of your takeaway too, Aaron?
Yeah. And I haven't even done the full deep dive. You're just doing a partial. And again, I'm realizing I'm like behind on so many things. And, I think I try to keep up to speed on this stuff. And the digital ID thing blindsided me, but where AI is already embedded in healthcare is tough. And then you start looking at the internet body of things and some of the other projects, and it doesn't look like there's a great.
Right. Where does the internet body of things divide from my internet as a body, or my body as an internet? I mean, are you kidding? So, Aaron, how do I get healthy? Fast. Well, who do I pay? I pay you or you? Or who the fuck do I pay? Well, I can't pay anybody. Wearables. God damn, we'll do wearables then. So at least you can pay the technocracy, right? So it's always been there. Like every culture has said, yeah, fast. But then how do you sell that? Look at America and you're like, whoa, you need to fast. How do you even, I can imagine just being in the back room with a brandy and cigar with RFK. And he's like, I'll sell that shit. Put it on your wrist, put somebody's got to tell you you're doing it right. You didn't eat for a day and you're getting skinnier, but you need to know that. And we can do that through Google and Apple and digital ID.
Yep.
It's literally where we're at.
No, it is where we're at. I was surprised. I don't remember the AI pitch as part of the Maha play at all. I don't remember those discussions. I don't remember wearables. I don't remember $500 billion going into an AI infrastructure. I don't remember genetic information going into a government database for kids with cancer. I don't remember a single thing of that. And I've actually asked people, because maybe I just wasn't paying enough attention. I was focusing more on the COVID stuff and some of the other things, but still, none of my friends that are in the medical freedom community remember this AI wearable thing being part of it. When did RFK talk about wearables? I don't remember that ever. Pre-election.
No, I think you can double whammy hit a point home with people that have younger children, in the sense that, imagine if you were like, yeah, I'm going to FOIA request, my high school for my medical records and everything they have. And it'd be like, all right, dude, whatever. I mean, we don't have anything now. By the time, so is there another on your rant to like click wrap agreements? Is like people going, yep, sign my kid up for school, boop, sign him up for this, boop, 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 you're done. You're acknowledging that, yes, you're going to collect just whatever. Texas Instruments wants to collect, and it's not just a calculator anymore, I bet. I wonder, like, that part, if I talk to people, they're like, yeah, I wonder what they are collecting on my kid at school for medical. Because, like, grades are one thing, whatever. Medical's, that's way different. And that really fucks people's mind up. They really start going, whoa, yeah, because you don't need that. Like, don't give him peanuts or whatever, right? You need to know that, but not the rest. And so that one thing, it at least gets people thinking. And they're like, what do we do about that?
Yeah, I haven't even gotten into that area. And I do know what do we have now with the public education system. We have this whole new level of administration. You have resource officers, you have all of these behavioral counselors. I can't even imagine how much psychological information they're collecting. That's probably even worse than the health information. Because I have talked to some people that got into some situations where they had a kid that was supposedly misbehaving, and then they had to go meet with 2 different shrinks, and then had to go through some other, like 3 layers of administration in the realm of psychology within the public school. Like, I didn't even these positions didn't even exist when I was in school. So I didn't even know this entire infrastructure was put in place. So that's a good one. I should, I'll add that one to the list. And the problem is it gets so bad. Like, I started off by saying, I think we're 80% of the way gone. And then I'm like, I think it's going to be like 99% by the time it's over with. Because the healthcare industry, you're subject to package inserts and things you don't even sign. And then there's all this other stuff. I think by the time you mapped all this stuff out, it's going to be pretty demoralizing. And the school, that's a good one. I'll dig into that.
It's probably not Larry Ellison, but it's probably one of the, for sure there's a big data point there, and that's, you have to, even easy things. Well, we have to have the kids take SATs on a laptop, or it has to have whatever. They could do digital ID based on that and cheating. There's always so many avenues to where I just find that it's difficult to communicate it with good people, because unless you've played poker ever, if somebody's never even played poker, you're like, dude, people will cheat in things. But if you're from the Midwest, man, it's difficult, very difficult to get people to understand the mindset of, well, I just don't understand. It's 4 words: privatize gains, socialize losses. How hard is that to understand? There is an entity doing that. Who are they and what are they doing? You know what I mean, guys? So, I don't know. Maybe this inherently is, we all know it, but I could put it in a different way and maybe grab some people's attention, especially with the freaking and what are we all doing? Hey, you over there, have you gotten the rat poison out of the water, even in your own town? Even how many of us have done that? And that should be a gimme at this point. Jesus, that one's easy, but I went 90-something%, and then it's just life. Something else happened, and I had multiple objectives going on with one of those. And I will never put fluoride. I always put rat poison. And you have to put rat poison only.
Yep. Now I'm looking at this now. There's the Family Education Rights and Privacy Act. This is going to be a disaster looking into this. I'm now looking at what's in these school records: attendance records, disciplinary records, special education, health records, mental health records, emotional learning data. It goes on and on and on. Yikes.
Oh, right. No, it's going crazy though. And especially with current events. What was it 2 weeks ago we came on and talked about, was it Metallicus and the stablecoin?
Yep.
The news last night was stablecoin on Solana, and it's Fiserv. But Fiserv was supposed to be partnered with Metallicus. So what happened? Somebody screwed somebody. So like, what's interesting is we're in the freedom type of ideal or movement. We're also not estimating there's going to be civil wars again between the raccoons, between the between all of them, dude. The weasels, like they are fighting for a market share right now, and they don't even know what they're doing. Some of them are boomers that, and I mean, imagine Trump. It's like, hey, Trump, go out and sell Solana. He's like, well, what do we do? It's bonds. Yeah, I got it. Yeah, I'll do it. Yeah, bonds. I'll sell bonds. Like, think about who is really. I wonder sometimes, like, when you're like, you know, you can see this stuff coming, and people will point out the Economist magazine. They have their hands on everything. They're always just. We're all just pawns, right? I don't know with crypto. I honestly, to God, don't even know if they know what they have. Even CEOs of some of these places, Aaron. You understand what I'm saying?
Well, let's hope so. Let's hope that they don't know what they're doing, right? Let's.
Some of them don't, but the big technocrats like Peter Thiel and David Sachs and Elon Musk do, which is why the politicians aren't the ones that have any power anyway. Trump is not the issue here. Trump is a front guy whose ego is being massaged and he's being manipulated to basically push through technocracy. And I'm sure he has no idea. He's not playing. You know, I said this before. He's not playing 5D chess. He's playing the peg game at Cracker Barrel, right? And so, but the people that are pushing the strings there are pulling the strings. I mean, I'll do an episode on Peter Thiel, but I mean, even the positioning of Vance and some of these other people, this is a long game.
Well, but I sent you something the other day, Aaron, that David Marcus. So David Marcus was involved in, what was it, Libra? And so he was a PayPal. He was a vice president at PayPal, then a president at PayPal. So he's one of the bros, right? This David Marcus was doing Coinbase, Libra for Facebook. Facebook had a couple forays into this whole space, right? And now he's heading up this LightSpark. And I saw these guys at a conference. What was the conference called? Future of Global Markets 2025, headed up by Citadel Securities, right? And so this David Marcus was there. And you watch these guys. Vlad Tenov was there, right? You had them all. And you're right. A lot of these people have absolutely no idea what they're doing. There was another guy on there that was head of... was it Circle? I can't remember who it was. But anyway, I mean, some of these guys are jokers, right? You can read right through them. Like they have absolutely no idea what they're talking about. But then some of them do. Like some of them clearly know what's going on. But you look at this David Marcus guy, he's nothing but failed effort after failed effort. You know what I mean? And now he's heading up this LightSpark. I don't know. Is this LightSpark for real, Aaron? I mean, do you know anything about it, Rich? I mean, is this LightSpark? Is that...
What are they associated with? Is it like, are they associated with a specific chain? Is it Linea? There was one that I was like looking at, Linea and Lubin and these guys, which they're going to do some MetaMask launch. And it's like, at some level, I think that they do on a playground understand, like, hey, the 4 words I said before. It's privatized gains and socialized losses.
Yeah.
If they see a liquidity pool, it's just sharks, dude. They just want to see sharks and they want to see belief.
Okay, so one of the big investors in it, what pops up at me is Andreessen Horowitz was an early investor in LightSpark.
Oh,
Unocoin, partner that helps bring real-time Bitcoin payments to India. Bitso, cryptocurrency exchange that chooses LightSpark for its Bitcoin trend. Zero Hash, financial institution that partners with LightSpark to provide real-time payments over Lightning networks to bank accounts. SoFi, so we all know SoFi, right? I mean, they've got a stadium named after them, right? And this is connected to Mexico too, Aaron, right? SoFi is pretty heavily deep into Mexico in their blockchain. And then you've got Revolut. That's another one they're connected with. Low-cost Bitcoin payments to the UK and select emerging market countries. Its purpose is to enable real-time, low-cost, capital-efficient payments. Its goal is to make Bitcoin more usable for every day. So obviously, it must be using Bitcoin in some fashion, but I don't know what its actual role is.
I mean, it looks like it's centralized stuff. I mean, if they're talking about lightning payments, then maybe they're a pool.
Yeah.
I mean, it's just actually the whole existence of this thing is absurd. When you understand what the whole purpose of Bitcoin was, like the fact that this exists is disgusting.
Sure.
It's Max Kaiser.
Good God. But I mean, is it legit? I mean, it's not legit, but it might be big. I mean, they might actually gain traction in some kind of bizarre way.
Yeah. Well, and it's connected back to this, this David Marcus. I mean, he's clearly a clown, I mean, all the failed efforts of Facebook, Libra, what was the other one? I can't remember the other name Facebook put out there, but he was on both of those.
So was that, I would question if those were failed. Do you think Facebook couldn't launch a crypto? Really? I mean, really though?
Well, I remember a little bit
Even
about
in
that.
ERC-20.
Somehow, what's that?
I mean, even North Dakota launched a crypto yesterday, the stablecoin on Fiserv. And so, like, what's happening there? There's nothing. It's just nothing. Like, complete poof. That's significant, guys. Like, that St. Cloud one with Metallica, this next one with Fiserv, that's significant. Like, what's going on there? Why they would choose Solana, and I don't care. I mean, I think that, I don't know. Just for me, I don't hodl or you just spread out and look at strategies of what even the scum is going to do. I know that ultimately if I made money on some scum stuff, it's better that I have it than them. So whatever, we're all going to go into doing our different avenues. But I think that especially seeing this, which I think you can definitely attest to, like Aaron can attest to, like those, there's a total pool of good people, which are BSV people, but then that's mixed up and but you could replicate that across the internet with all these pigeonholes, and they're just, to the hawks, they're just liquidity pools, but they're really doing nothing. And I think that's kind of the way that they've cordoned off the internet too, with reach, right, Aaron? I mean, I don't know. I'm just thinking out loud though.
Yeah. Well, just to follow up on this. So Zuckerberg had to testify in front of Congress, whatever that means, on, I forget what was going on. There was something going on at the time. He was in hot water for something, of course. And they had to shift strategies and messaging with the failure of Libra and its follow-up projects like DM and Novi. And then somehow this thing got switched from Libra to Calibra. And it definitely, goal was to create a stable coin to make international payments easy, fast, and low cost. And then key partners, they partnered with Visa, Mastercard, PayPal, and Stripe, and they pull out of the Libra Association. Under pressure, Facebook rebranded Libra to DM in 2020, DIEM, and tried to distance the project from itself. Then Novi, the digital wallet, did see limited pilot use, but it was shut down in 2022. Meta eventually sold DM's assets in early 2022 to Silvergate Capital. There we go. There's Silvergate again. For $200 million, essentially making it the end of the project. So it got buried, right? The question is, the point is David Marcus, and back to your point of like, these people don't know what they're doing. Like this, you could see this guy was a clown, right? I'm watching one after another, right? 10 minutes getting interviewed, then in comes another one, then in comes another one, then in comes another one. And you're just going through you're basically going through the Rolodex watching, and you're seeing, does this guy know anything or is he a clown? You know what I mean? Right? That kind of a thing. So I agree with you. When you said that, it made me think of that. I'm sitting there watching for 2 or 3 hours, just watching him come through one after another. And this guy just showed up as a total clown. Then I started looking him up and I'm like, yeah, I remember this guy. Everything he touched was a failure. Now he's at LightSpark. Aaron says this thing's a total fraud. I mean,
It's like reading an AI, the AI, whatever they put on the bottom of Coin Market Cap for every coin. It's like, we are a leader in decentralized DeFi. You know, they have all the keywords, but in the same, they rearrange the sentence. I can imagine, a lot of the dickweeds, the bigwigs, they literally just hit those buttons and then they're like, yeah, where do we go?
Yep.
I'm looking at this. I mean, they handle nodes, keys, liquidity, and routing for Lightning Network for other organizations. Like this, I mean, this is ridiculous. They're like the centralized layer 2. I'm sure they're going to try to get involved with issuing stable coins on Lightning Network, and they're going to be a pool for that. This thing is they raised $175 million in their seed round. They have 50 employees. Like, I can't.
Who was the seed round? That'd be funny to see who's actually in on it, who got in on the thing,
Well, I think that round it's everyone. I think it's Thrive and Andreessen Horowitz and all of them.
Yeah.
That is the single round they've done. It's a seed Series A round. So they're calling it a single round, 175 million. That's a pretty big seed round, by the way.
Yeah.
But 50 employees, $175 million. What are they possibly doing with the money from this? And by the way, I mean, I've gotten to the point where I've realized whenever something gets a lot of funding early, it's going to be a disaster.
Did we lose Aaron?
You can't.
I think we lost you, Aaron. Can you hear me, Rich?
I can hear you.
You lost me?
I must be lost here.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear both of you. Both of you.
Okay. Craig, you can't hear me?
Is Craig there?
That's weird. But this is insane. $175 million seed round, 50 employees for doing Lightning stuff. I mean, whatever. I can't fix that. Their mission is to build the money grid, an open, instant infrastructure that enables seamless, low-cost money movement like data on the internet.
So it's okay. God, what was I looking up the other day? It was we can go into it some other time, but Hedera was a weird rabbit hole that I saw that it was just it was just Air Force. And okay, fine. But this is all touted as the next private thing, and all from I hate when it's based in lies, and so that's fine. We can't even figure out the true history of Bitcoin. Well, we can most of it, but where does Bitcoin go? Is there wasn't there something coming with Bitcoin? Are the new shitcoiners fighting about something, Aaron? Or is something going on?
Yeah, they're fighting over whether or not to allow data in the blocks, and it seems to be a battle to further hamper the scalability of it at the L1. That seems what the thing is. And people that used to be on the same side, Luke Dash Jr. is now fighting with Peter Todd or whatever's going on. The people that were always on the same side and worked together collaboratively to ruin Bitcoin are now on opposite sides. And interestingly, the market doesn't even know enough about what any of this is to care or understand.
No, all-time high.
Yep.
There's going to be another Bitcoin civil war. All-time high.
Yep.
I mean, so what I'm saying is that, like, but at least if these were oil tycoons, at least if these were like even boomers, dude, with the money that they have, then at least some of them would like kill each other or something. There would be like something going on. I think the amount of wealth or fiat printed by even just now you can take loans on Bitcoin. I mean, there's tons of stuff. There's so many possibilities that people haven't even thought of going into the complexity of what's happening. And they're literally fighting over those keywords I was talking about earlier on the coin market cap, DeFi, everything, those little words, and they're going to fight for their little piece of pie. I don't think it's going to go well. Maybe even little ecosystems. Yeah. I mean, especially if you're going to build Zano ecosystem, they're going to do probably better than I would think some of the, this war stuff. I mean, there's a lot of money at stake.
Oh yeah, there's a huge amount of money at stake. But the crypto there's the crypto piece of this is interesting, even from the standpoint of Thiel and Musk. Obviously, Trump, they've got their DeFi play. Whatever it is, I just think that it's interesting that Tether's minted more on Tron than any other blockchain, and that Tron's basically controlled by one guy who's a Chinese national. No one even thinks about this or talks about it. But I mean, we're gonna have these trade wars, and we're gonna act like we've got to do all this stuff to fight China, and then the number one blockchain that Tether's minted on. The whole thing is Trump clearly doesn't understand anything about crypto. I remember when he came out against CBDCs in New Hampshire, I'm like, he has no idea what he's talking about. He's reading a script. He didn't have a clue. It was obvious.
No.
And so yeah.
I'm just saying what I see them doing very soon. So there's a Supreme Court decision on are his tariffs bullshit or not? Dude, he's gonna put as many people on the side of free money payments as he can, so that the Supreme Court has to decide, should I go with the Constitution or should I crash the economy, right? So you can see what's happening. He's going, farmers, you're getting it. Everybody, you're getting it. You know what I mean? You're getting it. He's just doling it out so that which is another topic while I was driving today. Dude, you have to put yourself back in this mind frame though, but a year and a half since the Chevron deference case.
Yep.
Just put yourself back in that mind frame where you were when you heard that, going, holy shit, this changes everything. I mean, literally from nuclear, and it might not be down to us to take advantage of, but they will. Holy shit, they will do small nuclear reactors, everything, dude. Like, all of that was based on, when you really read it, and every student that goes to law school has to read that whole thing. They all know it intricately. And the ramifications of overturning that, for them, I think they're licking their chops. For us, we're just like, well, we're still going to do what they said we should do. Or,
Well, I'm just looking at this though. So I remember the implications of it being huge at the time, but then what's actually happened. And so it looks like there's just been a ton of challenges all over the place. And so has anything really developed? There are, let's see. All right, let me see. Agency wins. All right, well, so I guess there's some change. Agencies used to win 70 to 80% of the time in court. Now it's 55 to 65% of the time. I mean, it's not, that's some improvement. It's not earth-shattering.
Sure. In terms of what's challenged, why and how, though. And so when you look at and read the case, they built the entire United States socialist agenda on that. Like, from 33 on is built on that, in the way that, well, it gives them leniency, right? So it gives them the authority, maybe not to define the law, but I define the words that are in whatever law. It just goes on. It gives them a lot of leeway in terms of what the agencies can do and agency power. And I would expect that would be overturned if we were going to come down to a point where the shit hits the fan and we have to go to like war and we have to have production and we don't want to do court battles before we go fight war or whatever they plan on.
They use national defense to override anything anyway. I mean,
Right.
this doesn't really matter in that circumstance.
Sure.
Aren't we about to get the Insurrection Act?
I have not heard about that.
I thought I heard. Let me look that up to see if that's actually true or not. Well, yeah. I mean, so this is being discussed. I thought I saw it in the context of Antifa, but the Insurrection Act empowers the president to deploy active duty military forces or federalize the National Guard on U.S. soil to suppress insurrections, rebellions, domestic violence, or unlawful obstructions that hinder the execution of federal or state laws.
Yeah, that one's interesting. So leave it wide open. I mean, if you follow Greta, you're you're out of here. I don't know. I mean, really, I can say from the Midwest, a lot of ag related stuff is bad. I mean, they're not saying it. Car dealers, tractor dealers, there's people are not saying it, but it is. We'll see that. I think probably trickling down pretty soon.
Bad in what way?
Sales. So I this year, you remember the fires in California? So I think that they're going to probably, I have a feeling, whatever. I have a feeling that they're doing fire and ice. So that the beginning of the year was fire and they're going to end it with ice. Ice meaning, if you look at like Jim Rickards, that dickhead, if you look at him, what he says about the scariest thing about the financial system would be a freeze. Not an up, not a down, not a crash, just a freeze.
Yep.
And so that would fit the fire and ice. So does that come or not? I don't know. At a certain point this summer, it really did look like to me that there was not going to be another like bear market. It would only be bull market correction. You know what I mean? It just fake out, head fake, give our money away to friends, whatever, do the signals, the normal Trump thing that you would expect, just classless shit. And nothing but head fakes. But I don't know now, honestly.
I don't know either. What I do think, what I'm increasingly worried about is some false flag cyber attack based on the coordinated rollout of digital ID, which I was not aware of exactly how quickly this is moving everywhere. That's got it. They're putting it in place for something because it's on an aggressive timescale. I mean, Mexico by 2026, these other 17 countries by 2026, 2027. Real ID will be digital in 31 states by the end of this year. I mean, why the real quick ramp up? I mean, we dicked around with Real ID for 20 years.
Right.
And then now all of a sudden we have to hyper accelerate. What are we hyper accelerating for? Now all of a sudden Americans can't travel to Europe without, going through some kind of biometric screening process. Like what is up with the really quick coordination? And by the way, people weren't even paying attention to it. People didn't even notice it. This thing that happened in these 17 countries, I mean, it flew under my radar. So I'm guessing nobody knows about it. And the only reason we know about it is because of the UK. So something's going on. I'm not sure, but I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, it's hilarious, right? So the dude from UK is using the same script as the US. He's just like, yeah, we gotta have real ID because we gotta stop the Southerners coming in from the border, down from the border. And it's like, dude, we're an island. You're flying them in. Like, what? You're flying them in. But he's like, we have to have real ID. And they're just like, yeah, you're the worst. I mean, but they might do it. I don't know. Even if they do. So, like, yeah, and the last thing that we're going to put on the blockchain ever would be like voting. Even if they're like, yes, you will get a real ID. And it's like, all right, I'll do a freaking digital ID. Could I vote with it? And they're like, no, you can't vote with it though. It won't be used to like, it won't be used to track votes. Like, what's wrong with you?
Yep. Yeah, no, it won't. So this just came out on my screen. Ewan Blair, son of Tony Blair, has been chosen along with his company Multiverse to initiate the digital ID system in the UK. Tony Blair's nonprofit is coordinating the rollout of digital ID in 40 countries.
Well, wasn't he doing that in Gaza? Did they change over the weekend, or was that David Cameron? Or I thought somebody was going to be prime minister of Gaza.
Oh, really?
Dude, I swear to God, the week before, I swear, if this was the week before, you're going to piss yourself. Like, it is bad. It was either like David Cameron, Tony Blair. Who was the other war criminal that maybe the one from Bush? So Trump tapped someone to be
All right, well, now I've got to find this. So
you have to. Hold on, I will too. So it was definitely, yeah, Tony Blair.
Hey, Tony Blair. Oh my God, yeah, you're right.
Oversee the transition under. Yes.
Oh my God. All right. Well. Wow. Okay.
Sir Tony Blair became the first named member of a new board of peace chaired by Trump, tasked to be the temporarily supervising Gaza's governments. Wow.
After months of consultation with Jared Kushner, it's time to ditch fiat currency. I mean, this is your exhibit on this. I mean, that's horrible. But I mean, I didn't realize that Tony Blair's organization was this involved with the global rollout of digital ID. It's like their big thing, 40 countries. So something is going on, and that, again, that now all of a sudden the whole world needs digital IDs. And now this is going to be used to prevent international travel or restrict or track international travel. So that's happening for a reason. I don't know what the reason is, but I'm sure it's not good. Digital ID cards could be rolled out to access your own money, says Keir Starmer in Extraordinary Admission. Well, of course. I mean, that's not a surprise. This is already what's happened in Ethiopia, where people are starving. This is going on in Thailand now, where you not only have to have a digital ID to use your bank account, you also have to have your digital ID tied to your SIM card. So, I mean, again, all of this is going to be, yeah.
And I see, it's bonkers. I see narrative. So stuff that, God, I saw maybe AI's getting crazy good. Oh, no, this could have been a suggestion. I don't know how it was, but dude, Aaron, yeah, you were talking. I think you were talking about Musk stealing, which I agree with. A lot of the tech flowed east to west in terms of batteries and different stuff with electronics and solar. Okay. Well, what the hell? I know this, and you said it on a video, but I'm getting suggestions from, I don't know, other videos, and I watched one of them, and it was like, yeah, China's stealing all of Musk's technology, like the opposite. And it's exactly the opposite, though. Was very strange. And I can't ascertain if this was AI video or not. And I'm getting that now, but I don't know. I mean, so I was going to ask, what's his nuts? Was that Craig?
Yeah.
I'm going to ask him about, he was talking about the Libra coin. So this is interesting going into the history of money. So do you know actually why the dollar in England is called a pound?
Used to be a pound of silver.
But it's, so why is a pound an LB then? An LB. So it's Libra. So Libras were measurements, right? So Libras were measurements. And when you get into that etymology, I just think it's interesting, especially considering, I don't know, a lot of stuff with astrology. I'm a Libra. It's coming up on my birthday. I was thinking about it when we were talking with Craig, but it's fascinating to go history of money to now and what we know. And a lot of the stuff, I mean, why is a pound an LB? I mean, that's the craziest stuff, right? But if nothing else, I'm memorable. Might be full of shit, Aaron. I don't know. I got to call it a night though, buddy. You did good.
Yep. Yeah, me too. It's been about five hours here, so I think it's time to hit it. But well, thanks for hopping on.
Yeah, totally.
And have a good night, and everybody else have a good night. I'm gonna play. I'll play the. Let's see what I'm gonna play. I'll play the Freedom Dollar song on the way out.
I don't usually, but I will listen to one of these. Okay.
All right.
I'll give it a shot.
All right. There you go. Here we go. Let me see.
Give it a shot.
There you go. All right. Have a good night.
See you, Aaron.
I warned you with the sirens with ears. Now the screens are lost, the lines are cages. Friends and cells, wallets, mapped IDs fused to our bones. This isn't a drill, it's the door closing. They wired up the daylight, filed our names in glass of paper, halo shining while the boot comes down at last. 17 new numbers welded to our skin, and every safety promise is a password for the pin. They say submit to save you, but saving steals the soul. If freedom has a password, we're changing out the code. Freedom dollar, turn the grid to black. Private thunder never tracked, overbacked, unfreezable strong. We cut their wires with a song. Freedom dollar, raise the sovereign flame. No masters on our name. Whoa, whoa. on the dollar, vaults that no one owns. Burn fees feed the back end as the scaffold thins to bone. No admin keys, no pause, no throne. Your ledger's yours, unseen, unknown. If they can see your future, change the future's code. Who owns your life? Not them. Who owns your pain? Not them. What do we use? Freedom dollar. When do we start? Now, now, now. Freedom dollar, turn the night to day. Every step a private way, overbacked, unbreakable line. Your money, your design. Freedom dollar, raise the flag of free. Parallel destiny. Whoa, whoa. The clock ran out, so we chose how time will be. We were warnings in the wilderness, now we witness as we build. Meet me where the sunlight hides, pay in peace, and walk unseen.